but at his own party. And for the first time in a long time, the rebellion isn't coming from protesters outside the gates. It's coming from inside the walls. And that's where the real danger always begins. Because right now, Republicans are revolting against Donald Trump. And no, this isn't just the usual MAGA infighting or anonymous leaks meant to scare donors. This is something deeper, colder, and far more consequential because it cuts directly into the one thing Trump believes he cannot live without: unchecked power. And the reason this revolt matters is not just that some supporters feel betrayed over broken promises, whether it's the vow of no new wars or the soaring cost of living or the lingering unanswered questions surrounding long-promised disclosures that never seem to arrive. It's that Republican lawmakers themselves are beginning to openly move against the very authority Trump is desperate to cling to. And when that happens, when the guardrails inside the system start to activate, presidents don't respond calmly. They escalate, they dramatize, they declare emergencies. And that's exactly what we're watching unfold right now. A presidency leaning hard into spectacle and crisis language to protect itself from internal collapse. Because at the heart of this entire revolt is a simple but terrifying reality that even seasoned Washington veterans are struggling to process out loud. The President of the United States has been publicly entertaining the idea of using military force in ways that could drag America into conflict, not with some distant adversary, but with its own allies. And when Senator Chris Murphy laid this out in blunt terms, it landed like a shockwave, because once you strip away the bluster and the branding, what you're left with is a scenario that sounds absurd until you remember we've stopped being allowed to dismiss these statements as jokes, because Greenland is not a blank space on a real estate map. It is part of Denmark. Denmark is a NATO ally, and NATO's core principle is collective defense, meaning that any military action against that territory isn't just symbolic, it's a legal and strategic nightmare that theoretically places the United States in direct conflict with Europe. And the fact that lawmakers are now having to seriously explain this to the public is itself a sign of how unmoored the conversation has become, because no one in America voted for a presidency that risks a shooting war with allies over land acquisition rhetoric. And yet here we are, parsing comments, weighing hypotheticals, and watching members of Trump's own party quietly but firmly try to shut the door before it's kicked open. And this is where Trump's worldview becomes critical to understanding the backlash, because he doesn't process geopolitics as alliances or treaties or shared security obligations. He processes it like property, like leverage, like a deal.
Yeah, I'm aware, but it still seems like clickbait a little bit.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanner Rouse. I'm the District Attorney of Delaware County, and we are here today because of the arrest of 34-year-old Jonathan Gerlach of Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Over the course of the last several weeks, detectives from Yeadon Borough as well as Delaware County CID became aware that from November of 2025 up until 2 days ago, January of 2026, Mount Moriah Cemetery had been burglarized by, at that point, an unknown individual.
This guy's been robbing every grave in the cemetery because nobody was watching.
26 separate mausoleums and or underground burial sites had been torn into and, for lack of a better word, desecrated. Investigation took place. Yeadon deserves a hell of a lot of credit on this for doing good old-fashioned police work, going through LPRs, tracking physical evidence, piecing together a suspect. Cooperating with CID, we developed that suspect, we laid in wait, and we eventually watched and caught Mr. Gerlach as he desecrated yet another monument as recently as 2 days ago. He was taken into custody, search warrants were executed at his home in Ephrata, where over 100 human skeletons were recovered. And that's in part, at this point, we are still trying to figure out how many of those are complete and what exactly we're looking at.
Or why.
A separate storage locker was found to be in Mr. Gerlach's possession. That also was in Ephrata. We found there 8 more human remains. Very simply, detectives have recovered an awful lot of bones at this point, and we are still trying to piece together who they are, where they are from.
It's a crazy bone guy.
and how many we are looking at. And
We're going to learn a new word after this, whatever it's called, when a person goes crazy and hoards bones. We know this exists, but I'm not sure. Is there a word for somebody who goes crazy? And is there kind of some kind of weird, sick descriptor word in the English language for somebody who hoards bones? Human bones? It's syllogemania, a medical term for compulsive hoarding, specifically the gathering of items that have no apparent value. No, it's thanatophilia. Ugh, thanatophilia.
Going to be quite some time before we have a final answer. He is now arrested. Bail has been set at $1 million cash by Judge Williams. He is in on 26 counts of burglary, criminal trespass, and a host of other offenses. Kelly Wilson, who's handling our media affairs, is going to pass out a complaint so that you guys have the complete list of charges at your disposal. Very simply, detectives walked into a horror movie come to life the other night, guys. This is an unbelievable scene that no one involved, from myself to the detectives to the medical examiners that are now trying to piece together what they are looking at, quite literally. None of them have ever seen anything like this before. When I was 16 years old, a friend of mine was killed in a car accident, and I personally have visited his gravesite, as many people do when they lose a loved one. I know his parents have also visited that site. I cannot imagine what it would put them through to know that someone like this guy had dug up those remains and was doing God knows what with them. It is truly, in the most literal sense of the word, horrific. I grieve for those who are upset.
Let's get off this. Just crazy story, though. Fucking crazy. What was he doing?
Book Crisis in Command push the estimate even higher when you include injuries and attempt.
Can you give me a summary of the book Crisis in Command? Go to ChatGPT for this, I guess. Good day, Alexam. I wonder if you can give me a summary of this book, and I'm gonna link you something.
Of course. Please go ahead and share the link. Crisis in Command, Mismanagement in the Army, 1978, is a documentary that examines issues of leadership and management within the US Army. It discusses various aspects of military command, including the challenges and failures in leadership. The documentary is known for its critical perspective on how the Army handled certain situations. Is there something specific you'd like to know about it?
Yeah, what are the certain situations? Can you like give me bullet points or like can you address what the certain situations are? What was the crises in command that are addressed?
Sure. Here are some key situations often discussed in Crisis in Command, Mismanagement in the Army. Leadership failures. The documentary highlights instances where poor leadership decisions led to ineffective responses in critical situations. Operational mismanagement. It covers cases where mismanagement during military operations resulted in confusion and inefficiency. Communication breakdowns. Instances where poor communication among ranks led to misunderstandings and operational failures. Decision-making problems. The documentary discusses how flawed decision-making processes contributed to crises within the Army. These points reflect general themes addressed in the documentary.
When I think of this, I think of old phone systems that Vietnam soldiers in the Army had to use to communicate with each other that were really terrible, and they were like big, and they had to haul them out on their backs to like the field. And those things failed a lot, didn't they? And that's why there was communication breakdowns, and the government didn't pay money to fix it, did they?
Yes. During the Vietnam War, communication systems used by soldiers often faced significant challenges. The technology available at the time was often bulky, unreliable, and prone to failures. Soldiers had to carry heavy radio equipment, which was not always practical in the field. These communication breakdowns were a significant issue and contributed to operational challenges and misunderstandings during missions. The government and military leadership did recognize these issues, but it took time to address and improve communication technology. Overall, these communication difficulties were a significant aspect of the challenges faced by the military during that era.
Thank you, this was helpful.
Attempted attacks that failed to detonate, they suggest the total number of incidents exceeded 1,000. But we also have to be careful with the folklore. In the decades since the war, a myth has taken hold that thousands of officers were murdered by their own troops. Some internet sources claim over 1,400 mysterious deaths, or imply that fragging was the leading cause of officer casualties. These claims are exaggerated. While the breakdown in discipline was real, the officer corps was not being liquidated wholesale. If thousands of officers had been murdered, the command structure of the US Army would have just physically ceased to exist. The truth is terrifying enough. You don't need the exaggeration. But why can't we get a precise number? That's because fragging lives and thrives in the fog of war. Consider the environment. If a grenade goes off during a mortar attack or a firefight, how does a coroner distinguish between an enemy explosion and an American M26 thrown by a disgruntled private? They often can't. Many murders were likely written off as KIA because there was no way to prove otherwise. Conversely, the statistics are skewed by definition. The Army's fragging statistics generally only tracked attacks involving explosives. If a soldier shot his lieutenant with a rifle, that was classified as a standard homicide, not fragging, and it went into a different filing cabinet. Ultimately, whether the true number of incidents was 800 or 1,000, the statistic that matters the most is the psychological one. It did not take a grenade in every bunk to break the Army. It just took the threat of one. When every shadow could be an assassin, the trust required to lead men into battle evaporates. The grenade didn't have to go off to do the damage. The statistics were grim, but the atmosphere on the ground was even worse. By 1971, the fear of fragging had fundamentally...
So if you kill a couple of politicians and they don't ever figure out why or how, but they know that somebody did it, it eventually demoralizes them so much that they don't take command anymore. because they're like, oh, I'll just be indiscriminately killed. And to the point where you don't have to kill them, they're just scared. They're like scared to do it. Ugh.
Fundamentally altered the daily life of the American officer corps in Vietnam. The chain of command, which relies on absolute trust between leaders and subordinates, had been replaced by a state of armed paranoia. In the rear areas of fire bases where troops should have been safe, officers and NCOs began taking defensive measures against their own platoons. Many stopped sleeping in the same area as their men, moving their bunks into separate fortified bunkers guarded by trusted staff. Others changed their sleeping routines nightly, never staying in the same bed twice in a row, terrified that a pattern would make them a target. It became common to see officers wearing sidearms in mess halls and latrines, places that were supposedly secure because they no longer felt safe walking unarmed among their own men. This fear had a direct impact on combat operations. To avoid becoming a target, some junior officers began to negotiate with their units. If a squad didn't want to go on patrol, or if they wanted to avoid an area of heavy enemy activity, the lieutenant might look the other way. This evolved into a practice known as search and avoid. Units would go out into the jungle, find a safe spot to hide for a few hours, radio in false coordinates to their superiors, and then return to base claiming they'd made no contact. It was a tacit deal. The officer kept his men alive, and in exchange, the men didn't kill him. The Army High Command eventually had to acknowledge that they were losing control. In May 1971, the Army instituted strict new controls on grenades, and many units.
This is what happens when you
confiscated
do
and locked away in central.
Unjust wars. Your actual soldiers just rebel. We finished the Vietnam War, I guess.
Armories only to be issued immediately before a combat patrol and counted meticulously upon return. Commanders ordered massive shakedowns, tossing bunks and lockers in search of illicit weapons.
Like
the horse
jail.
had already bolted. The country was awash in explosives. A soldier could buy a grenade on the black market in a nearby village for a few dollars, or simply claim one was lost in combat during a firefight. When a fragging did occur, the investigation often hit a wall of silence. The Army's Criminal Investigation Division, or CID, would lock down entire units, confining hundreds of men to their barracks for days. They fingerprinted everyone and interrogated platoon after platoon. Yet, in the vast majority of cases, they found nothing. The soldiers protected each other, bound by a code of silence that was stronger than their fear of prosecution. Even when the Army did catch a perpetrator, the consequences were surprisingly light, because evidence was so often circumstantial, usually just a fingerprint or a witness statement without physical proof. Prosecutors often had to settle for lesser charges. While some men, like Reginald Smith, received long sentences, many others convicted of manslaughter or assault served less than 10 years. The military justice system, designed to maintain order, found itself completely unequipped to handle a crime that was anonymous, collective, and pervasive. Fragging was the most violent symptom of the breakdown, but it was not the only one. By 1969, the fear of officer hunting had achieved exactly what many disgruntled soldiers intended. It changed the way the war was fought. The threat of a grenade in the night became a silent veto power over tactical decisions. In the past, an infantry company would follow orders to engage the enemy regardless of the cost, but as the war dragged on, the automatic obedience evaporated. The result was a phenomenon known as combat refusal. The most famous instance of this occurred on August the 24th, 1969, in the Songchang Valley. Soldiers of Company A, 3rd Battalion, 21st Infantry, part of the 196th All-Light Infantry Brigade, had been hammered by 5 days of brutal fighting. They had taken heavy casualties and were exhausted. When the order came down to move out once again into the enemy-controlled valley to retrieve bodies, the men simply sat down. A lieutenant radioed his battalion commander and delivered a message that would have been unthinkable in World War II or Korea. "I am sorry, sir, but my men refused to go." It wasn't a panic. It was a collective strike. The refusal was witnessed by Associated Press reporter, and the headline, "Sir, my men refused to go," splashed across newspapers in the US. While the unit eventually moved out after a veteran colonel came down to talk to them, the dam had broken. Across Vietnam, units began practicing search and avoid. We talked about it earlier. This was basically just passive mutiny, and it worked because the officers leading these platoons knew the alternative. A lieutenant who insisted on search and destroy missions, who pushed his men to walk into ambushes for terrain they didn't care about, was a lieutenant who might...
That's what it's actually about. This entire thing was about, we don't need that hilltop. And the guy's like, yes, we do. The orders came down. We've got to take that hilltop. And it's like, no, we don't. It's a bit of ground. I will not use my men as a fucking meat grinder for some hilltop. And they're like, nope, you have to go to the hilltop or it's insubordination. And they're like, if I tell them to do that, they're going to kill me. Well, you know, go to the hilltop and I won't kill you. And it's like that. That's fucking crazy. It's like, you know, it's like they don't care. Ugh.
Might not wake up that next morning. Colonel Robert D. Heinel Jr. watched this disintegration with professional horror. In his 1971 assessment, he warned that the US military was in deep trouble. He noted that while American firepower remained overwhelming, the planes could still bomb and the artillery could still shell, the infantry, the heart of the army, was paralyzed. Desertion was soaring, drug use was effectively decriminalized by commanders too afraid to enforce the rules, and on-base crime was rampant. The threat of fragging had effectively neutralized the aggression of the US Army from the bottom up. By 1971, the Pentagon faced a stark reality. They had an army of nearly 250,000 men in Vietnam, but they could no longer rely on them to
what are you going to do? You're going to bust me, throw me in the brig? Please do. I mean, you know, that's better than going out in there and getting killed by Charlie or whatever. What are you gonna do? Bust me for my heroin use? You go right the fuck ahead. Send me home, motherfucking bitch. What are you gonna do? That's probably exactly what they do. That's what I would say. I'd be like, what are you gonna do? Fuck you. I'll blow the goddamn joint in your face. What are you gonna do?
Fight. The soldiers had decided the war was over, and they were voting
we've
with their
decided
feet
this
and
is over. We're not
occasionally
fighting
with their
them.
grenades.
We're not fighting for you
This
anymore.
quasi-mutiny in Vietnam forced a reckoning back in Washington. The Pentagon was facing a terrifying paradox. They possessed the most sophisticated military.
The quasi-mutiny in Vietnam is something I've never even heard of before. Let's go look at that. So I just heard the phrase, the quasi-mutiny in Vietnam. Can you talk to me about that? Yes, but... The collapse of discipline and willingness to fight inside large parts of the U.S. military during the later years of the war, especially 1969 to 72. We knew that they didn't like it, but I didn't realize they kind of quasi-mutinied. It wasn't a single mutiny or uprising, but a widespread systemic breakdown that alarmed military leadership. Here's what the phrase really means. What quasi-mutiny refers to, historians use the term to describe a situation where soldiers did not formally rebel, but in practice stopped obeying orders, avoided combat, or actively resisted their officers. Fragging. So if you were like, I don't care, I'm a right-winger and I don't care about your lives, I want that hill or whatever, fuck you, we're gonna go get those guys or whatever. And the people around you are like, what the fuck are you talking about? You can see Charlie as far as the eye can see. We're gonna die if we go out from around this corner. And they're like, and the right winger's like, nah, well then die for your fucking country. That's what we came here to do. And the entire platoon looks at him and they're like, all right, motherfucker. All right, fine. So then they like get ready and they're like, all right, fine, we're gonna do this offensive and stuff. And they wait for the guy to go to the bathroom, and they toss a grenade in the toilet. I guarantee it. They wait, and it sucks, but they probably don't care. And they're like, nah, I'm not going to fight that stupid-ass thing he's telling us to do. Nah, fuck that, I'll kill him first. I'm not, you know, and honestly, I would be willing to do that. Not because I'm disloyal or duplicitous or scary or some kind of killer, but no, if he tells me to do something stupid, and I know it's going to get me killed, I'm going to be like, no. I'm trouble. This is why I probably shouldn't have ever been in the armed services. I'm probably trouble like that. If you tell me to do something stupid, I'm going to be like, no, I can see that there's 3 helicopters, 2 jeeps, and a bunch of dudes with guns on the other side of this ridge, and you're telling me to push to the top of the ridge like me on foot is going to be able to stop all of that shit from just killing me. And the answer is fucking full-blown no. And then they're like, insubordination or scrub out, or you know, I'll kill you, I'll shoot you where you stand if you don't go. And it's like, all right, fine. And he waits for you to go to the bathroom, and then he drops a grenade in your toilet. And he's like, the asshole was flushed away. And all the other men in the platoon are like, oh my God, the queen bitch is dead, right? Oh my God.
Military technology and human history.
That's what's happening right now with Trump. When it's finally over and he's in jail, The whole country is going to breathe this sigh of relief. They're like, oh my god, the queen bitch is dead. The bad man is gone now. You know, it's going to be crazy like that.
Yet they could no longer trust the men operating it. The citizens' army model, the mass conscription system that had defeated Nazi Germany and imperial.
Like, if a superior officer tells you to do something that you know you're fucking that you know is stupid, that you can literally look at with your eyes and see that is stupid, the guys will be like, nah, we're stuck out here, we got to do this, we got to actually try and take the point. And you're like, no, this is our fucking lives. This is where we back away. We fight again some other day. What are you talking about? And the commanding officer, he's some piece of shit right-winger with some fucking bee in his bonnet about, like, dying on some hill. And you're like, no, I'm not doing that for you. I don't care how much you want the fucking hill. I'm not doing that. I'm not going out there in front of 1,500 guns with only 30 men or whatever. I'm not doing that or whatever. I can see that happening fairly quick in war, especially with incompetent men in control. What do you do then? You say, well, I'm not doing that, and I'll fucking shoot you if you make me try. And so then they're like, that's insubordinate. How dare you speak like that? And it's like, nah, fuck you. I'll shoot you if you try that. You grab your sidearm. No, I'll shoot you if you make me try to go to that fucking hill. I'm not kidding. Think of something better to do. That's probably what happened to them. I can relate to it. So many times I've followed stupid people into stupid situations that I've warned them about. And then I stand there and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe you put me through this. You know, you ever been there?
Japan was.
There's this point where I think it was right about when Snatch came out in, like, I don't know, 2010 or something, I forget. Where he was like, I'm not the type of pussy to drink the milk if it goes sour. That one really changed me. That was a quote from Snatch, but it really did. It's like, I'm not the type of pussy to drink the milk when it goes sour. I'm warning you when you tell me to do something stupid. I'm not going to do whatever stupid thing you told me to do. I'm not going to be pushed around by you because of some Milgrams or you think you have some kind of authority over me. All life is sacred and equal. All this other stupid ass shit, you can say right to their fucking face, and you can see the rebellious insubordination that's in me already for something that doesn't even exist.
Failing catastrophically in the jungles of Southeast Asia. The answer to the fragging crisis wasn't found in stricter grenade control or more military police.
Grenade control.
It was found in changing the people holding the grenades.
Yeah, change the people holding the grenades. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. It took me so long to understand what that means. It means that people have freedom of choice. Always. I used to hate that. I was like, I don't really understand what it means. What do you mean bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink? And it's this thing about all life is free and will do as it wants to. It's kind of like Jurassic Park is what I mean. Like, let's see what the AI says about... Will you wax intellectual about what the famous quote, famous phrase, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink means? I think it means, like, everybody will eventually do whatever they want to do, no matter what you try to make them do. But what do you say, Alexam?
That's a great question. The phrase, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, is a classic proverb. It basically means that you can provide someone with an opportunity or guidance, but you can't force them to take action or make their own choices.
Yeah.
In a broad...
No, keep going. I agree.
Sure.
Yeah.
In a broader sense, this phrase highlights the limits of influence and control over others. It acknowledges that while you can offer guidance, resources, or support,
So pause here because of my stream. So notice that there's like a kind of a Milgram's experiment thing here a little bit where they kind of, it's sort of like, I think most people wouldn't really understand. It's actually a beautiful little metaphor I think most people wouldn't really understand. They probably think it's about being stubborn or something like that, but it's actually a beautiful little metaphor. You can try and have influence and control over others, and you can offer guidance and resources and support. But you can't make them do anything. They've got to actually decide to throw their hat in your ring when you suggest, even as a military commander in Vietnam, say, if you tell them to do something stupid, they may not go, you know?
Absolutely. That's a profound insight. The idea behind you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, reflects the limits of authority and influence. In various contexts, including military leadership, It's a reminder that while you can provide direction, resources, and support, the ultimate decision to act or change lies with the individual. In the context of the Vietnam War and the quasi-mutiny, this metaphor highlights how even with strong leadership or orders, if individuals lack motivation or belief in the cause, they may not follow through as expected. It speaks to the importance of intrinsic motivation and genuine commitment in any organization or group. It also suggests that no matter how much you try to guide or influence someone, the final choice is theirs.
I love it. It's almost like I hold that truth to be self-evident. It's like such a logical statement. I never used to understand what I thought it was about. People will be stubborn. I used to boil it down in my head to this thing about, well, people will be stubborn and are going to do what they want in the end. And that is kind of a boiled down,
Absolutely.
Simile or whatever you call it. Not simile, but it's like a boiled down, assessment of it. But it's not exactly. It's not just stubbornness though. It's more like, it's not that it's that somebody might resist you because they're stubborn. It's because they might know better.
Exactly. It's not just about stubbornness. It's about individual agency and wisdom. People might have their own reasons, insights, or knowledge that guide their decisions. Sometimes their choices might not align with what others expect, even if the guidance is well-intentioned. It emphasizes the importance of respecting individual autonomy and recognizing that everyone has their own path and their own reasons for the choices they make. It's a reminder of the value of understanding and empathy in our interactions with others.
Can you talk to me more about the quasi-mutiny in Vietnam? We brought those attitudes back here to America, which I understand. I have some sympathy for that, but we never really shed that fear of our military and political leadership bungling or fumbling important decisions ever since then, right? Once we lost the faith in them in the Vietnam War, we never really got it back, did we? And the troops and the vets that lived came back to the streets, and they shared their distrust with their kids, their wives, everybody.
You bring up a significant point. The Vietnam War indeed had a profound impact on American society, both during and after the conflict. The experiences of soldiers and the public's reaction to the war led to a lasting impact on trust in government and military leadership. Key points. 1. Loss of trust in authority. The Vietnam War marked a turning point in how Americans viewed their government and military. The credibility gap, the growing perception that official statements were not fully truthful, eroded trust in leadership. 2. Social and cultural impact. Veterans returning from Vietnam faced challenges reintegrating into society. Many felt disillusioned, and their experiences contributed to broader social movements and a questioning of authority. 3. Political and military leadership. The war highlighted issues within military and political leadership, leading to a re-evaluation of strategies and a shift toward more transparency and accountability. 4. Long-term effects. The distrust and skepticism that emerged from the Vietnam era have influenced American political and military culture ever since. It has shaped public discourse and attitudes toward leadership and authority. In essence, the experiences of Vietnam veterans and the societal responses to the war have left a lasting legacy on how Americans perceive and interact with their leaders.
Okay, can you talk to me about statistics having to do with the draft? When has America used the draft? What times?
Certainly. The United States has used a military draft, also known as conscription, during several periods in its history.
Conscription, I'm sorry, I forgot it was called conscription, my bad. Go ahead.
No problem. Here's an overview of the main periods when the US used conscription. 1. Civil War 1863 to 1865. The first federal draft in
2
US
years,
history.
Okay.
Yes, during the Civil War, both the Union and the Confederacy implemented drafts to bolster their armies. 2. World War I, 1917 to 1918. The Selective Service Act of 1917 established the draft for World War I, requiring men between the ages of 21 and 30 to register. 3. World War II, 1940 to 1945. The draft was reintroduced in 1940 before the US entered the war, and it continued throughout the conflict. 4. Korean War, 1950 to 1953. The draft was used to build up US military forces.
We drafted for the Korean War? Wow.
Yes, the draft was indeed used during the Korean War to build
How many
up
men were drafted for the Korean War?
During the Korean War, approximately 1.5 million men were drafted into military service.
1.5 million? Okay, go ahead.
The draft during the Korean War was essential for maintaining troop levels.
I did not know. I admit I'm ignorant. I don't do a lot of war history. I usually do World War II history, but perhaps I should really deep dive the Korean War now.
No worries at all. The Korean War is often less discussed compared to World War II.
It is. There's like, why? Why is the Korean War so much more quieter in American lexicon?
The Korean War is sometimes referred to as the Forgotten War for several reasons.
Wow, they call it the Forgotten War, do they? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the Korean War is often called the Forgotten War for a few reasons. 1. Timing. It took place just a few years after World War II, and many Americans were still focused on the aftermath and impact of that conflict. 2. Media coverage. The Korean War received less media coverage compared to other major conflicts, which contributed to it being less prominent in public consciousness. 3. Duration and outcome. The war lasted 3 years and ended in an armistice rather than a clear victory, which may have made it feel less conclusive or resolved. 4. Public perception. The war did not have the same level of national involvement or emotional connection as World War II, leading to less public awareness. Despite being less prominent in some aspects, the Korean War had significant geopolitical implications and a lasting impact on international relations. If you ever dive into it, you might find it quite intriguing.
I will. So talk to me more about the original discussion. You were trying to speak to me about conscription statistics in American war history, and you had gotten up to Korea. Where else have we used it?
Certainly. After the Korean War, conscription continued to be used by the United States during the Vietnam War. Here are the key periods.
Okay.
Yes, the draft was a significant aspect of the Vietnam War. Here's how it unfolded.
Is it very normal for attackers to draft troops? Usually, because conscription would be when you're the defending side, you pull a lot of people to defend from an attack, right? Is it very common in war history to conscript when you're on the attacking side?
Conscription, or the draft, is a tool used by countries in both defensive and offensive situations. It's not limited to
Both
just
sides,
defense.
huh? Okay, I wondered if, okay, but isn't it more commonly used when a country is being attacked? Don't they usually draft first for defense?
It's true that conscription is often associated with defensive wars, where a country needs...
Like, right, statistically, I would think that they would use it more for defending than attacking.
That makes sense.
Seems odd. I'm just passing my own judgment on America using conscription for an attack. That seems kind of weird. If you're going to attack somebody...
Your perspective is understandable. Historically, many nations have used conscription in both defensive and offensive conflicts. The decision to draft can depend on various factors, including the scale of the conflict, the need for military personnel, and the strategic goals of the country. While conscription is often seen...
Okay, so back to the original discussion. We had gotten up to Vietnam. Is there any other times we've used conscription since then?
Since the end of the Vietnam War, the United States has not used conscription.
Very good. What
Yes.
else were you going to say? Go ahead.
Since the end of the Vietnam War, the the United States has maintained an all-volunteer military force. The draft was officially ended in 1973, and since then, the U.S. military has relied on voluntary enlistment.
Oh, okay, so they ended the draft in 73 where they were like, they don't ever want to do that again? I thought they threatened. Now, I remember how really close they supposedly came to drafting my generation right around 9/11 for the war in Afghanistan. They didn't use the draft in Afghanistan ever?
After the draft ended in 1973, the United States...
They illegalized it, did they? What happened?
The draft was officially ended in 1973 and replaced with an all-volunteer military force.
Okay.
The draft was officially ended in 1973 and the US transitioned to an all-volunteer military force. However, the selective service system remains in place as a contingency measure. In the event of a national emergency, the government could reinstate the draft. While there were discussions and concerns about the need for conscription around the time of the 9/11 attacks and subsequent conflicts, the draft was never reinstated. The US military has continued to operate with volunteer service members since then.
I am 43 years old. If they go to war with, say, Venezuela, Greenland, or any of the other places Trump was talking about, Canada or whatever, how old, or sorry, like, yeah, what is there an age restriction on the draft?
If the draft were ever reinstated, the age range for conscription typically covers men and women between the ages of 18 and 25. However,
that's it? Only 25?
Yes. Typically, the selective service system requires men to register between the ages of 18 and 25. In the event of a draft, those within that age range would typically be called up first. There have been discussions in the past about potentially expanding the age range if necessary, but as of now, it remains within that bracket. Each draft would depend on the specific circumstances and regulations at that time.
So I am unlikely to be drafted unless there's some kind of much more severe emergency?
Yes. Given your age of 43, you would not typically be eligible for a draft under current regulations. The age range for conscription is generally between 18 and 25.
I really don't want to fight for them. None of their fights are honorable. I'll just be honest, and that's just my own comment. I don't need you to comment on what I said. So...
I understand. If you have any other questions or topics you'd like to discuss, feel free to let me know.
No, that was good, I think. Thank you for the... I am, of late, using Google Gemini quite a lot. And I moved away from ChatGPT because I think Google is more accurate, but I like the voice mode of ChatGPT a lot more than the Gemini mode. And I want to say thank you, I dislike that I have to use both, but I definitely have seen that the information on Gemini is more accurate in the moment, I think. So, which makes sense. It's Google, but I'm glad that you're here to talk to me, Alexam, because that's something I don't think Gemini will do very well.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm glad you enjoy the voice mode here. If you ever have more questions or just want to chat, feel free to reach out anytime.
Why isn't AI sentient yet?
AI, as it stands today, isn't sentient because it doesn't have consciousness, emotions, or self-awareness. AI operates based on...
Well, get to it!
1870, the President's Commission on an all-volunteer armed force, known as the Gates Commission, delivered a landmark report recommending the end of conscription. While there were economic and political arguments for this, primarily to undercut the anti-war movement on college campuses, there was also a pragmatic military reality. Senior commanders, who had initially been skeptical of an all-volunteer force, began to change their minds as they watched their units disintegrate. They realized that forcing unwilling men to fight an unpopular war didn't just lower morale, it created created a dangerous internal enemy. A draftee who felt trapped was a liability. A volunteer who chose to be there was a professional. On January the 27th, 1973, the same day the Paris Peace Accords were signed to end U.S. involvement in Vietnam, Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird announced that the draft was over. The United States military shifted to an all-volunteer force. Historians and military sociologists have long argued
I should have just listened to the video. He got to it.
the breakdown of discipline in Vietnam, the drugs, the desertions, the fraggings, it was a decisive factor in this shift. The logic was cold but effective. A smaller, professional army might be more expensive to pay, but it was far less likely to murder its own officers. And largely, the reform worked. The fragging epidemic ended when the war did. While there have been rare, isolated instances of fratricide in modern conflicts, such as the attack by Sergeant Hassan Akbar in Kuwait in 2003, they are viewed as shocking anomalies, not a systemic crisis. The culture of the US military changed. The dynamic of lifers versus draftees disappeared, replaced by a professionalized corps where every soldier from the general to the private had signed on the dotted line. The all-volunteer force that exists today, with its high standards of discipline and cohesion, was
Yeah, you should want to do war, I think.
born from the ashes of
Vietnam.
It is a professional institution
You should, it should be something you should be gung-ho to do. You should have consent. You should consent to it.
designed in part to ensure that the chaos
look,
of
I got what I
1970,
wanted.
where
Yay.
officers slept in bunkers to protect themselves from their own men, would never happen again. So when the last American combat troops left Vietnam in 1973, they left the jungles behind, but they brought the silence home with them. For decades, fragging was the war's dirty secret.
Hi, Alexam. Hi, Alexam. I'm back quickly to get your thoughts on this content creator Into the Shadows is speaking about. Hold on, just a second.
In bunkers to protect themselves from
American leadership would sleep in bunkers in Vietnam to be safe from their own
men.
It sounds like
Is that true?
the idea that some American leadership would sleep in bunkers during the Vietnam War might be an exaggeration or a metaphorical expression used to describe the level of fear or tension among military and political leaders at the time.
While there were undoubtedly challenging and dangerous situations,
It's important to approach such claims with a critical perspective. Historical events can often be complex, and the experiences of individuals in leadership roles can vary widely. If you have specific...
So there's no, like, confirmed times where some, like, it was, like, there was no scandals or anything where, like, the general was avoiding his own troops or anything?
There have been various criticisms and controversies related to military leadership during the Vietnam War, but these often centered around strategic decisions, communication breakdowns, and policy disagreements.
What are the most notable ones?
Some notable criticisms and controversies related to military leadership during the Vietnam War include: 1. The credibility gap. There was a significant gap between what military and government officials reported and the realities on the ground, leading to a loss of public trust. 2. My Lai Massacre, 1968. This incident...
Oh, yes, the My Lai.
Yes, the My Lai Massacre was a tragic and significant event during the Vietnam War. In March 1968, the unit of the US Army killed between 347 and 504 unarmed South Vietnamese civilians, including women, children, and elderly people. This event caused widespread outrage and became a symbol of the war's brutality and the ethical challenges faced by soldiers. The My Lai Massacre led to significant public outcry and contributed to growing anti-war sentiment in the United States. It also highlighted the need for accountability and reforms within the military. This incident is one of the more well-known examples of the ethical and moral dilemmas faced during the Vietnam War.
What else besides the My Lai Massacre? Go through all of them.
Certainly. Here are some notable criticisms and controversies related to military leadership during the Vietnam War. 1. Credibility gap. There was a significant gap between what officials reported and the realities on the ground. This eroded public trust in the government and military leadership.
I wasn't
2.
alive back then, which is why I asked.
I understand. The Vietnam War was a complex and challenging period with many difficult events.
If you have any more questions...
Yeah, more. What else? So there was the My Lai. There was the fact that the administration, the Nixon administration, was not communicating correct, like what was actually happening.
Yes, in addition to the My Lai massacre, there were several other notable issues and controversies during the Vietnam War. 1. Pentagon Papers. In 1971, the Pentagon Papers were leaked to the public. These documents revealed that multiple US administrations had misled the public about the progress of the war and the likelihood of success. This further fueled distrust and skepticism toward the government. 2. Vietnamization. The Nixon administration's policy of Vietnamization aimed to gradually withdraw US troops and transfer combat responsibilities to South Vietnamese forces. However, this strategy faced challenges, and there were concerns about whether it effectively addressed the realities of the conflict. 3. Anti-war protests. Growing opposition to the war led to widespread protests across the United States, reflecting significant public dissatisfaction with how the war was being handled. 4. Operation Rolling Thunder. This was a sustained bombing campaign against North Vietnam that lasted from 1965 to 1968. It raised ethical and strategic questions about its effectiveness and the impact on civilians. These events and issues contributed to the broader discourse and challenges faced by military and political leaders during the Vietnam War.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need to talk about anything else, feel free to ask.
The Pentagon Papers, when were they released? Talk more about that.
The Pentagon Papers were released in 1971. They were a classified Department of Defense study, detailing the United States' political and military involvement in Vietnam from 1945 to 1967. Key points about the Pentagon Papers. 1. Leak and publication. The papers were leaked to the press by Daniel Ellsberg, a former military analyst who had worked on the study. In June 1971, the New York Times began publishing excerpts from the papers, sparking a major public controversy. 2. Content. The documents revealed that successive US administrations had misled the public and Congress about the extent of US involvement in Vietnam, the progress of the war, and the likelihood of success. 3. Impact. The release of the Pentagon Papers intensified anti-war sentiment in the United States and contributed to growing distrust in government leadership. 4. Legal repercussions. The publication of the Pentagon Papers led to a legal battle between the US government and the press, highlighting the tension between national security and the public's right to know. The Pentagon Papers remain an important historical document, shedding light on the complexities and challenges of US involvement in Vietnam.
Okay, thank you. This was good.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need to chat about anything else, feel free to reach out anytime.
What are we doing? You will not scroll to the bottom and you will not end. There we go. Good news. Anti-ICE protests explode across America. Yay. Oh. Hi, pretty kitty.
Tad Sturmer is a public historian, teacher, and author of the forthcoming book, A Resistance History of the United States, that will be coming out this year in June. His work dismantles the mythologies that pass for American history, how we've created nostalgia,
that's
and
my
often
problem.
outright lies, moral evasions, and institutional silence that has protected abusive power that we see being exercised today. A Resistance History of the United States is a record of repeated fights against abusive authority, real resistance that took place in American history, carried out by people who refuse the lies that were used to justify the abuse of power. Those battles have taken many different forms. The women and men in Salem who would not confess to witchcraft, black loyalists who seized their own freedom during the Revolution, and anti-federalists who forced a Bill of Rights to limit nationalist power. We're talking about Ona Judge, Henry David Thoreau, John Brown and the Secret Six. Resistance so disruptive it helped push the nation into civil war to end one of the grossest abuses of humanity in history, which was chattel slavery in the United States. He is a visiting scholar of the University of Southern Denmark's Center for American Studies and a lecturer in the Cultural Heritage and Museum Studies at Johns Hopkins University. He previously taught history at Harvard, served as a historian for Colonial Williamsburg, and was the advisor for history content at C-SPAN. And today he is with us to talk about going into 2026, what real resistance actually looks like. We're going to talk about the American Revolution and what we got right, and the fact that most of us were never actually taught what the American Revolution was about, and that our best examples of resistance come much later and from unexpected characters. Today on Flipping Tables with Tad Sturmer. All right, Tad Sturmer, thank you so much for joining us on Flipping Tables with the time change, moving things around, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So we were just talking before we started recording that you're in Denmark since June. How has that been for you?
Well, it's been good, in a sense, that my grandmother used to say that it's easier to fight a burning house fire from outside the house. And so coming here I was able to make sure that my wife and son are healthy, happy, and stable, which enabled me to do more of this without having to worry about them. Lean into it more, push the privilege more. In fact, see all of these things more clearly and be able to talk about them, write about them, engage people in real time more clearly and actively as a result of it. So I'm actually able to do more of what I do having come here.
And your wife is from Denmark. Is that how that was facilitated, or was it a job situation?
No, my wife has a German citizenship, and therefore so does my son. And so what we wanted to do was go somewhere where I could go ahead and focus on working. And so I was invited by the Center of American Studies here at the University of Southern Denmark to sit and do what it is that I do.
That's incredible.
So that ended up being a good opportunity.
And what has, because I've been wondering this, like, what is, you know, because I'm in it. I'm in the lobster boil right now, and especially being in the American South. So what is the difference, do you think, like, as far as how things are being reported? What is the perception, you know, coming from Europe? And I mean, I'm sure it's different per country, but what differences did you notice being in Denmark versus being here?
Yeah, the first thing that I noticed, and because I was exactly where you are, I mean, being in the middle of it, seeing and hearing and feeling it all in real time, trying to be responsive to it, trying to understand it as things kept moving, rather than being able to stop and take a deep breath and exercise some analysis of it, even though it's all absurd.
Yeah.
What I noticed over here was maintaining kind of a constant drumbeat of Trump-centered.
So I just purchased 10 hauling ships to come and help me make some money and stuff. Mercury Vanguards, they're medium haulers. Let's go look at the outside view. And we'll see a live stream view of them leaving the station. Oh. They're bumping into each other. But yeah, and so, cool. These guys are headed out. I love this little RTS. You can just, like, I love this RTS. I think it's, like, the only good one. Okay, and gotta go get whatever that is. You should be able to call the car to you.
news every single day, no matter what. Now, obviously, in Denmark, they have their own issues because of what's going on with Greenland and the regime's foolishness there. And so, but still, constantly this sort of flavor of news coming in. But the break was that it didn't govern everybody's life. So the fact that the broader concerns that Trump fuels, which are global concerns, which are European concerns, concerns with Russia, concerns with Putin, and how that destabilizes everybody, given what a global community Denmark is, that I was able to kind of see in ways that I hadn't before how Trump is impacting the world, impacting Europe and the whole world in ways that I couldn't see before because we were so focused on what was going on domestically, and seeing how that's enough of an avalanche, but to understand that it's actually triggering avalanches all over the place. That are impacting people's lives and impacting the way people are reconsidering not just their relationship with each other, but everyone's relationship with the United States. How this is not just, obviously, it's destabilizing to us, I mean, to Americans, but the fact that reach is not just rippling across the globe. Everyone else is just downstream from this avalanche.
And what's the kind of the perception and the opinion with people that you work with, people you talk about? What are their dominant concerns? Like, as this news comes in, and obviously Denmark is directly affected because of Greenland, but what is kind of their response to all of this?
Well, it's on a couple of different levels. The first one is just bewilderment.
Same.
Exactly. So it's not anything that I think certainly not you, and I think certainly any member of your audience is going to find strange. That, I mean, I think that we all thought, and people certainly in Europe and in Denmark thought, that the United States was fairly stable, and that Americans, in particular, not just the United States government, but Americans were fairly stable, reliable people. What this has done is change that entire perception. That everything, just like it has with us, everything is off the table. That the world in which the latest thing that we never thought would happen is now something that happens every day, sends everybody into reconsidering what's going on, but also having no sense of reliability anymore on anything. So the United States government, which was once seen as kind of the bulwark of NATO and as a constant friend and as somebody who they could rely on, is now no longer even neutral. They're seen as the enemy. They're actively destabilizing it, particularly after the national security review of just a couple of weeks ago, that leaned the United States into the side of organizing, supporting far-right parties in Europe in order to battle against this replacement madness that they think is happening as a result of immigration, and not labeling Russia as being any kind of adversary, considering them to be as a kind of partner. That all is a language
fascism, they
that
might
everyone
be.
here recognizes as being absolutely absurd, as being so contrary to their ideas of reality, that they wonder what's next with the United States now that this entire polarity of the world, with the United States as once being a friend and an anchor and so consistent in the post-war period, that now that's gone. And so it's a scramble to see what's going to replace it. And then the other thing is that they're a little bit bewildered about the American people. I think that the questions that I get more often than what the hell is wrong with Donald Trump is, what the hell is wrong with Americans? Why is there no real opposition? Why? And they were able to see it from what they see and hear that's coming out of the Democratic Party, or that's coming out of the Democratic establishment, that there is no organized opposition. They find that to be strange. Because organized opposition is kind of built into many European governments, and their political culture is certainly after the war, and so they're being.
In X4 Foundations, if I tell a bunch of medium transporter ships to mimic commander's behavior, and the commander is repeating a buy and sell order at two different stations, will they mimic? Oh, okay. So it's not okay. So they're in my fleet, but they're not like, okay, so cool. And I don't mind that because they're doing the same thing that I'm doing. So it's not that I have to tell them to mimic what I'm doing, which should be easier. I wish he would improve it. You know, it should be like that, but the ship cannot assist this. So then I want all of these to remove all assignments for all of those ships. And then I want to move down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I already lost 2 of them, I think. Oh, no. Remove all assignments, right? I mean, okay. So well, not all 10 of these, but I will have to tell each and every one of these to go and buy silicone wafers. The price has gone. Oh no, price is still good. So okay, so we tell you information, repeat orders, buy silicone wafers, sell silicone wafers, confirm. Oh, okay. Well, then I want you to buy and sell. There we go. And that's not that bad. So we come back to this. I mean, it's bad, but it's not that bad. At least it's... And I can tell what I've done and I haven't done. So then we come and we say, I want to worry about your orders, repeat orders, right? And then buy, confirm, then buy silicone wafers, sell silicone wafers, go. And this will be my silicone wafer dealers. Incoming call from Dal Busta, snooping around. Okay, take it away and take Dal Busta. Goodbye. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Anyways, yeah, I want you to keep going. Okay. Oh no, I don't want to get hit. Don't kill me. Oh. Wish you guys would do something.
There's a lot of instability in the United States, but there's no real leadership in opposition to the Trump regime now, even almost a year into this. That's the other thing that they find strange. But, then again, they're not anywhere different from where you and I are.
Yeah. And I think their perception is, not only do they have, you look at how the French respond to overstep, and we're seeing all these Eastern European, massive protests. Entire cities covered by especially young people who have finally decided that we're not doing this, which is reminds me very much of protests in the past with the civil rights movement and those movements being led by the young people, which I think they'll continue to be again because young people are aware that their future is on the line.
Yep.
And I think with Europe is so much more in tune with the threat that Russia poses because they're on the doorstep and they know who Putin is. And it's right there. That's their next door neighbor. I think Americans are allowing themselves to unplug from that danger a little bit because it seems so far away. And
two hydras of the same
fascist hydra. I think we see the same thing with the American response to what's going on in Palestine. It's so far away that I don't have to sit in the discomfort of it because it's those people, it's not here. Versus for other neighboring countries, the reality and the threat that allowing a genocide poses is much, much bigger. And with your upcoming book, because I really want to center, when is the release? I know it's available for pre-order now.
I like the combat that this mob provides. It's addictive.
So I would love to do a little bit of, because I started following you on Instagram.
So if you stand there, God damn it, stop blocking me. God damn, this place was a bitch. I don't even think I need to kill them either. I don't think I need to kill these guys. It was fun to kill them. I like the monument, it's dope as fuck. I like the Dazra content in, I like the DLC. I like this DLC that they did. I actually think it's good. Shattered Space, I think everybody else panned it, but I actually don't mind it. I think it's quite fun. Oh, come on. I should have saved. What was I doing? It should have auto-saved by now. Has it not been 3 minutes? God damn it. Well, I got a good save in there somewhere not too far. I don't like having to save on this keyboard. I wish I had a better way to do it, like a Control 5 macro for my mouse. Oh, get out of my fucking way. You're constantly in my way. You people follow me way too close. You follow me way, way too close. Where are you? You follow me way, way, way too close. I'm gonna talk to you. There you. See you. I can command all followers. Teleport to me. Then settings for chat. I want you to save. Ah. Oh, that could have killed me. Ah, where are they? I love this see-through wall scene because you can't tell where they are. Gotta fight this fight again, huh? God damn it. What? God damn it. These guys are way more serious. I like it. It helps. It's good training. Under attack, Mercury Vanguard. Escape. Then what else? So this is. So pause it, and I'll do some more orders until all of these guys are like out and doing their thing. This one is attacking HVR. Remove all orders and assignments. I don't know why you're attacking, but anyways. So you. I want you. I wish there was a way to get to it from here. Behavior inspection mode. No, never mind. Leave in behavior inspection mode. I want you to go to da-da-da. I want you to repeat orders, confirm. I want you to buy silicone wafers, confirm, and sell silicone wafers, confirm. Then, cool. And then come back to the next one. And we're gonna do one. We're gonna do 2 at a time till we're done with 10 ships. You know, that seems like a bearable weight of all this stupid clicking that I don't need to do, but I'm doing. So, you are going to look at information. You are going to repeat orders of confirm. I want you to buy wafers, sell wafers, confirm. And then you, information, you're fleeing. But we could also just do repeat orders, probably send you somewhere else, which might fix it too. Okay, confirm, 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 buy, sell, executive, execute trade. Cool. Then we come back here. We got half these ships delegated. I'd like to just get through it, honestly. I don't think Starfield will disconnect me before I get this done here. So you, information. I'm trying to get faster at this. Their information, repeat orders, confirm. I want you to buy wafers, sell wafers. Property owned, come back. That guy's out, but he's also fleeing. Are you fleeing right now? Let's look at your orders. You are fleeing, but the flee override. Just get the flee out of the order. Hold position instead or whatever. No, delete all. You're like weird. Oh, flee. Attack instead or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. Get this gone. There. Now. You are fleeing. Okay, whatever. Just confirm. When you're done fleeing, get to doing this, yeah? Alright. So, okay, that appears to be good. I think we're okay. I don't know what's going on. So, we're going to come to this one. We're going to tell you to repeat orders. Confirm, buy wafers, confirm, buy wafers, confirm. And we will run that market into the fucking ground. And then, yeah. And then you remove all orders. I want you to, I don't know, maybe we need this guy to remove all orders too. Remove all orders and assignments. And then I want you to come here to this. No, you do have like a flee command going on. Delete all. There. Now. Repeat orders by confirm, confirm, confirm. There, we have you on orders, I think, right? So then you remove all orders and assignments. I want you to come here and repeat order, confirm. I want you to buy, sell wafers. And then finally, I want you to come repeat orders, confirm, buy, buy silicone wafer. Oops, no, wait. You are repeating orders, but I want you to, no. I lost orders here, I think. Yep, there you go. And then I want you to repeat orders. Confirm. Confirm. There it all is. And that's all 10 of those hauler ships. They're doing what I'm doing now. Oh yeah, we're moving. Yeah, you're doing your deal. So cool. I now have like 11 hauler ships all working for me to sell wafers, which to me is way, way better money than what the miners are doing, but the miners are bringing me incidental income too. I'm up to 32 million and I'm making good money now. Back to Starfield. If you don't wait for this image to pop in, your game will crash. Took me a long time to figure out what the bug was.
because you're a public historian. And that's one of the things I do love about social media, is that experts like you and scholars and medical professionals can come give information that otherwise may be a little bit harder for people to access. But I would love to know your story. You're writing about the resistance history specifically. Like, how do we fight back in situations like this, in times of evil and overstep and abuse? But what got you on that path? Like, I would love to know a little bit of how you grew up, what made you decide to study history the way you did and choose the career you did. I would love to hear the ramp that has led to this book.
Well, I grew up in a conservative household in Baltimore, and we were a military family, and that was our way out of the life that we were in, is that everybody was expected to go into the military. There was no real tradition of going to college or doing that. That's not kind of the world that we lived in. The whole thing for our family and our cousins and everything else was, we did the same thing our uncles and fathers and grandfathers and great-grandfathers did, is that you go into the army, you go into the military, you serve, you do your time, and then you get out and you figure out what's next. Or in the best case scenario for a lot of folks, you would stay in and just make a career out of the military. So, my dad was in the Navy, and I have two brothers who were in the Marine Corps, and my sister was in the Army. My sister was in the Air Force, and I went into the Army. And so it was that, but I started off as, this 17-year-old kid when I went into the Army and didn't know anything. And started off as a registered Republican. My first vote was for Bush and Quayle. So how absurd was that? And so I kind of went through that. But what happened was, when I was in the Army, I was encouraged to go to college. Which wasn't something I had really thought too much about doing, because we didn't have any money, and there really wasn't I think a lot of people need that kind of social and family infrastructure to understand just what that means. So for our family, that was a really big deal, and we kind of didn't know quite how to manage that. It certainly wasn't our tradition. And so I took that advice, and I got out and went to college, and it pretty much changed everything.
Education will do that.
Education will do that. Education will do that. It's insane how it was just, and it wasn't indoctrination. It wasn't sort of Marxist faculty. It wasn't any kind of, liberal grandstanding. It was just education. It was just information. And then I wanted to be a historian. I wanted to sort of follow. I had always been interested in American history. I had grown up loving colonial Williamsburg, we'd taken to go to the battlefield at Gettysburg all the time. So I grew up in a family who appreciated that history, although from a particular perspective. And then when I got into college, I kind of realized that the history that I understood growing up was not the history that was the actual history. And then so I wanted to study more about that. But I had an advisor in college who was not terribly happy with his career choice as becoming a professional, an academic historian teaching. And so his advice to me was to go to law school and be an amateur historian on a lawyer's salary rather than a professional historian on a historian's salary. So I did that. I went to law school at Tulane in New Orleans, and while I was there, Tulane's a great place, and this is well before Katrina, so New Orleans was a different place then.
Yeah.
And I hated it. I wanted to study constitutional law, and I started studying it, and I realized that constitutional law had nothing to do with the Constitution. Had nothing to do with Constitution. Constitutional law is, as every American needs to know, has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has everything to do with just what the court says about it, because of the United States absurd way of embracing the Constitution without change. Everything is this game of interpretation and storytelling rather than actual change. So law school hated me as much as I hated it. I got a part-time job working for this Senate campaign in Louisiana for this candidate who had no hope of winning. But I needed something to do. I was interested in politics, and this candidate had no chance of winning. Louisiana's primary is free for all. There were like 12 candidates running, and it was enough of a small campaign that a know-nothing kid could actually get a job writing press releases and speeches, sort of helping out. Well, we got to the end of the race, and this is in '96. and she was within shouting distance.
Wow.
So I postponed my last, and the campaign getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and there were more resources, and I kept moving up in the campaign. So I was one of the candidates, Mary Landrieu, one of her, I became one of her senior campaign staffers. And then the primary came, and we finished in the top 2, and then the general came, and she won.
Wow.
Yeah. So I left law school to go to D.C. and be a staffer on a U.S. senator's office, and so I stayed there for a year, and then I went to work in the House of Representatives on the House Appropriations Committee for a year. I mean, you wanted the story, you're getting it.
I love the story. This is exactly why, because this gives me so much context for where the book's coming from.
Well, see, there you go. And then I went to run a congressional campaign in South Central Pennsylvania, believing, and this is sort of this trajectory, believing that essentially what American voters needed in a really conservative area in South Central Pennsylvania, Gettysburg and York and Southern Cumberland County, that the reason why Democrats had not won there since, I don't know, Thaddeus Stevens, that was because they just simply hadn't gotten the American story. I was all into the Aaron Sorkin, Ken Burns way of thinking about everything, and I thought, well, it's just they had always voted Republican and conservative because they hadn't gotten the full American story about what the founding meant, what the American experiment was really about. And damn it, I was the guy to go ahead and bring it to them in this campaign that was essentially a civics lesson. Well, then I got a really nice lesson in transactional politics with the worst kind of primary campaign.
Oh.
And with our candidate against this guy who was just wretched. And I kind of made it my mission in life that if I never did anything in the world, if I kept that guy out of the United States Congress, then I would consider it all a win. Okay. So I just jettisoned everything else, and I was like, no, if anything, I'm going to beat this guy.
Fuck this guy.
So we did end up just wiping the floor with him. But then, it was a district in which the registration is 70-30 Republican to Democrat, and even those Democrats are conservative Democrats, and they were kind of not up for it. They were not up for the civics lesson, and the candidate was not raising money, and he was finding it tough to raise money, and so we got our heads handed to us in the general election, as we should have done.
Yeah.
And then I went back to D.C. and I was hired by the League of Conservation Voters to be their director of political communication and then their national communications director. And we worked with the DNC on environmental politics. And so I was their spokesperson and communications director for a couple of years. And it was then that I sort of went back to this idea that I had in my head ever since working in Congress, thinking that, well, Congress is kind of applied history, right? Everything is about how we work with the Constitution, how American politics is supposed to work, what campaigns are supposed to be, what are the better angels of our nature, and how does that fit into the way everybody relates to their government, and then this annual pageant of democracy that we go through. And I wanted to know more about that because it struck me that it wasn't quite fitting. And this was particularly after Bush versus Gore.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that. I mean, I was little, but I remember that. And growing up, and my family was friends with the Cheneys. So we were just, it was just in the midst of it. And yep. Anyways, that brought back some memories. Just the demonization of Gore and
exactly, that whole discussion and even the role of the Supreme Court. But I remember I had been so interested in the actual relationship between the founding past and that present, that I had reached out to a couple of my favorite writers, a couple of my favorite historians, one of whom was Pauline Maier. Mm-hmm. And we had started back when you could only communicate versus occasional emails. All right, no texting and no frequent email. And so when I remember the day that the Bush versus Gore decision came down from the Supreme Court, that she sent me an email saying the Republic died this day.
Wow.
What?
And that's Pauline Maier saying that. And that blew me away. And I thought about that for a long time. That really impressed me. And I thought, well, then and there, that I wanted to actually figure this out.
Yeah.
So Pauline, the only other historian I was talking to at the time was I think the greatest of all historians of the American Revolution, Jack Green, and who was at Hopkins. And he said, well, if you want to do this, why don't you come work with me at Hopkins? You come get your PhD, come work with me, and be my last graduate student.
Wow. Wow.
And I thought, well, yeah. And I thought, okay. Because at the same time, and I don't think I've told many people this story, at the same, I was really close to John Kerry in the John Kerry campaign. And so at the same time, I was offered a job to go start working on his presidential campaign, on his press team. And so I had a decision to make. Was I going to stay in politics and take the job on the Kerry campaign and go that route, which is a fairly traditional cycle. You go that route at that level, you're just pretty much going to stay at that level. You'll either go from the administration to the Hill to a nonprofit, back to campaigns, back to the administration to the Hill. It's just the same kind of thing. And or I could leave and I could go to graduate school. So I left and went to graduate school, and I got on this path, and I had a wonderful experience, but it was an experience of deconstruction from the very beginning with Jack. Jack's view was a lot like Pauline's, but Jack's view was that you have to get out of, most of American history is written from a nationalist perspective.
It is.
It's written in a kind of apologetics that just reinforces the greatness of the founding, and that everything in our history is generally written from the standpoint of justifying the founding, rehabilitating the founding, celebrating the founding, or believing just teleologically that the founding was somehow preordained, that the revolution led to the Declaration, led to the Constitution, led to the United States in this kind of inevitable strain. And we have to look at it all like that. We can't really question that or understand that in context because we have to stay within this box. But his opinion and the way his method was to reject that entirely, not to purposefully write against it, but just put it to the side, go into that world, focus on history as a series of problems that you want to solve, or at least questions that you need to answer. And I think that any academic historian does this fundamentally, but Jack was this on turbocharge. That focus on just that question and go wherever that evidence leads you. But you've got to immerse yourself deeply in that moment to understand that context, to actually understand the nature of the problem, see whether or not it is in fact a problem, or is it just a problem that other people say is a problem. But you understand that only by getting in the shoes of people who were in that moment, understand it in their terms. So it's a project of both sympathy and empathy across centuries. But you gotta follow the evidence wherever it leads. And you can't stop at an artificial line drawn on a map and say, well, that's just American history, I can't go beyond that. No, if you pull back in a broader lens, in this case, Atlantic history, then you've got to look at it in every single way that influences it. And so what I was interested in, being a kind of contrarian, I wanted to know about the Patriots and the founding and the revolution by looking at the people who said it wasn't a good idea. I got a really good mag
by
looking at the loyal.
It uses DXMI.
I thought that I would get a better idea, or at least a particular idea of what the Patriots were trying to do, and by looking at what the people who said that they didn't want to go that route were trying to do.
Yeah.
Because I was doing a review of the Declaration of Independence, and at the very end, there's that line that Jefferson puts in there about, and to this end, we're pledging our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And with Jack's pushing, I sort of took a look at that. Was that true? Were they really doing that? And if they weren't, who was? Or just pull out. If you're asking the question, who was doing that? Who was following their lives, their fortunes, or their sacred under, whatever that is?
Yeah. It sounds good, you know?
It sounds great, right? To whatever end. So because if these are questions about fundamental principles, about principles of equality and rights, and about destabilizing government, about destroying relationships in order to pursue them, what does that really mean, and to whom? And to get down deep into that context to try to unpack that. So I started chasing that, and started understanding what actually was going on and to whom. And so I kept pursuing that, and in getting more deeply into that moment, I spent a lot of time at Colonial Williamsburg because I was focusing on Virginia. Mm-hmm. And I spent a lot of time there with fellowships, and I spent a lot of time there trying to understand how that broadly related to a more public engagement with it. And so right as I was finishing my degree, Colonial Williamsburg asked me to come and be their historian.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. So I did that. That was my first job out of graduate school. So I was their historian for 4 years but I was coming out of that as an academic historian, which is a whole different ballgame from a public historian. An academic historian, again, we pursue the past as a series of problems that we're trying to resolve or questions that we want answered. And normally that's in conversation with a small group of people who are looking at the same problems, half of whom are alive, half of whom are probably dead historians. And you want to contribute to that discussion, but you want to contribute in a way that deploys scholarly methodology and a scholarly mechanism, a monograph, an article that's peer reviewed, that you put on it, that you contribute, you put on a shelf, that's your contribution, and then you move on to the next one. But it's never really about engaging any other questions about why it matters, who it matters to. As long as you're making the argument that this does matter to the field of historians, then it's worth pursuing. But I ran into a different thing at Colonial Williamsburg, which was the public.
Yeah, that is a different animal.
Holy cabooses. It blew me away. Not believing that everybody, going back to that congressional campaign that I got my hat handed to me in, that what people understood about the American Revolution and what people understood about the founding and about these founding fathers and about all of the dynamics, all the people involved, enslaved people, was light years different from what I had just spent 6 years in graduate school studying.
Yeah.
And I needed to understand that gap and why that gap existed. And then I did that by understanding that I was in no way a public historian, that what I needed to do is shut up and listen to people. So for 6 months at CW, I shut up and I started just pretty much following people around. I went on every tour. I would follow guests. I was creepy. I would just follow guests all the time.
This guy in the background of everybody's photo.
That was me. If you were at Colonial Williamsburg between 2010 and 2014 and saw this egg-headed guy with a tie on in the back of the room with a clipboard, that was me, just listening. And listening to them. Listening to their questions, watching their faces, seeing that moment when there was something that they didn't know that they now knew, that something clicked. And I'm sure that you've seen it with all the people that you talk to, that moment when people kind of get something.
Yep.
That's intoxicating.
It is.
It's an amazing feeling when you see people that a switch flips for them. And then when you make that next leap, that hold on, this is not just something that they're interested in that's engaging them. This is something that matters. They now understand something a little bit more about democracy.
Yep.
They understand a little bit more about the oppression of enslaved people and how they fit into the founding. They now know better what the Declaration of Independence means, and they can sort of apply that in their life. I mean, as I teach my students all the time, that history, first and foremost, is a shield against bullshit that people throw at you when they want to try to manipulate you to do things that are against your interests. So they will use your history and identity to play games with that.
Yep.
But to see people, and to see people start building those defenses and then deploying them by understanding, well, how do I relate to that? How can I step into the shoes of those people? And whoever they are, and actually understand the past on their own terms, but then make the next leap, which is, how does that in fact apply to my life? Is it apples to apples? Is it apples to oranges? And to leave that experience changed a bit, and changed enough that they want to come back and they want to learn more. And that really turned me, it just turned me on to the brilliance of public history as a practice. That this idea that our goal as public historians, is to understand history not as a series of facts and figures or even as a set of unresolved questions. Public historians look at history pretty much as a set of stories that people tell themselves about the past. It's all about narrative.
Yep.
that everything, even academic history, informs the stories that people tell about the past, but it is in that narrative and all the forms that people tell those stories in all the kinds of media that people get, or even as a conversation they've had with a grandmother around the Thanksgiving table about their past, all past is a set of stories. And so if you understand that as being the way that people actually gain their information and gain their understanding and shape their perceptions, then that's a powerful way to start to see how the past influences people every day. And that sort of led me to really want to engage people in that way, but in increasingly broad levels. And that's really what made me excited about being a public historian and doing that work. I'm not writing for the seminar room, but you're writing for not just the digital screen. You're just writing always for the people who are right in front of you and having to go to where they are.
Well, and that's what's, I so agree with that story often matters so much more than fact as far as being able to access a bridge with people, because everything is a story. You know, that's one of the reasons that music resonates so much with people, or television. Like, we all connect with stories. And so whatever story someone's getting about history is going to impact how they perceive their country. It's going to impact how they see certain groups of people. And I love the phrase that you used, which was historical deconstruction, where you come in with a set of ideas. That was a huge part of my deconstruction from Christian nationalism. Was I had been taught, I went to all Christian nationalist schools, and it's funny because we talked about education and it wasn't these Marxist, teachers. I went to the third most conservative major university in the country and still came out deconstructing because I had simply gained more information and I had learned how to think differently. What was some of the things that you remember learning that you found really shocking, that kind of maybe shattered your perception of American history a little bit?
It was easier to go along with the Patriots than it was to oppose them.
Okay. Can you give me some context on that?
Well, understanding that the Patriots actually had gained almost complete control of all the institutions and frameworks that mattered in the colonies by 1774, certainly by 1775, that you can explain a lot of the lack of an opposition by how deeply the Patriot movement, which was still only a fraction of the population, was able to gain control over all of the public mechanisms that mattered.
Yeah.
All of the newspapers, everything that mattered, they were able to sort of steamroll any kind of opposition. So it was never a fair fight. It was never a marketplace of ideas. That the Patriots, and you can use loaded terms like propaganda, and you can also overgeneralize about what the Patriots were. But when you're talking about any kind of opposition to the Patriots, anybody who was saying, hold on, slow down, what you're really saying true? Is armed opposition what is really left, all that is left in terms of answering solving this problem that is essentially a political problem? Are the Patriots really being enslaved? Is that authority really being deployed here?
Yeah.
That conversation never really happened. And so what did happen was the Patriots' ability to control all of the mechanisms of communication, to keep any effective organized opposition from even forming ever. And so the way that they responded also forcefully to any kind of vocal opposition was enough to really ruin lives. And when you understand, and that's what led me to try to learn more about those who opposed anyway.
Yeah.
Why act in ways that are against your own interest? Why give up your life, your fortune, whatever your sacred honor is? Why do that? You certainly don't do it because you're loyal to a king.
Yeah, that you don't know that, like,
I was like, that's insane. Nobody does that. And I sort of had to study it, sort of pause, hold on, let me look at it. Maybe they do. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe people do. Maybe they love kings. Maybe it's a king thing, because a lot of historians say that. Well, they loved the king. And they're like, no, this is the late Enlightenment. These people cared about representative government. They cared about Constitution. They cared about the Constitution. They cared about equal rights. The Enlightenment did impact everybody. It was a thing. It was in all the papers. Everybody loved this stuff. And so why I desperately wanted to answer that question because it was that one thing that it was so much easier for people just to go along with the Patriots because of the amount of control they had and because the fear of retribution that people had of acting against them. So it was so easy. And so this idea, and you run into it a lot of times now, that the other thing that really impacted me was the idea that the Patriots themselves had nothing to lose. That British authority in the colonies was so weak, and the interest of the British government in any kind of real retribution for the Patriot movement was so compromised that this idea that there was a blacklist and that King George was going to hang them, none of it's true.
Wow.
None of it's true. Yes, they were declared in a state of rebellion, but never was there any blacklist. Never was there any stated plan to arrest them. There was no even clear stated plan to arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock as part of the Lexington and Concord mythology. Never happened. It's all part of this broader American mythology that builds out of it. That the story that has to be bought by people is that the stakes were so high, that this lives, fortune, and sacred honor thing was so real that they were all going to hang if they did not oppose the crown, and but by sticking to their own principles, they were going to hang as a result of that. No, when you realize that, no, they weren't.
Yeah.
No, they weren't.
But it does create a hell of a kind of a mythological underdog story.
Yeah, it does. But you need it for the mythology. You need the stakes to be that high for what they were doing to actually form an equal weight. Oh my God, they were all going to be hanged. What they were doing must have been so important. And then if you decrease the stakes, that actually they weren't risking a whole lot, mainly because the British government thought that this was going to be, until the very end, the British government thought that this was going to be able to be negotiated. And even if it wasn't, even if there was some small-scale military action, that the colonies were so important economically to the British imperial system that they could not risk destroying that investment.
Yeah.
They wanted to go ahead and end it quickly, get it back on side quickly, get those trade networks running again, and do it without damaging this major financial contribution that was what was going on in the colonies. It's those interests
Maybe
that
it will
was
turn Venezuela
most
into the
of,
new
most of Parliament's
America.
response, except when they got their backup about Boston and the Tea Party, which is legit abuse of authority, but still, that it is a narrow example. So when you realize those things that are kind of the bulwarks of the Patriot mythology, that it's easier to go along with the Patriots than it is to oppose them, and that the Patriots weren't risking a whole lot, then you start taking a different look about what the War for Independence really was about. And so those are pretty much two of the things.
So you mentioned you get to learn what the War for Independence was really about. In your opinion, what was it really about? Like, if we destroy this narrative that it's these brave men of resistance and men of principle who are endangering their lives, what's it really about?
Well, it's really about political independence from Great Britain. But that doesn't mean that it's about establishing a country that is for equal rights for all. But all of that can sound very cynical. And people are like, "Ah, man,
like,
what are you saying about
depressing.
America?" It's depressing. I mean, my book, it's a cranky book. It's a downer. But I'm a cranky historian. But where I go to, and this is, again, what I was always taught, when you don't know, go to the people, go to what they said, go to your sources, rely on them, use their words, use their language, try to understand what you meant by it. And I was really gripped when I encountered the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, 1826, and the years leading up to it.
Okay.
America then was a little bit like America now, in the sense that they really had no idea what was the War for Independence, even 50 years later.
Yeah.
That they wanted to know, well, what was this thing that we call the Revolution? We celebrate July 4th every year, and we kind of know the fact of it is to celebrate independence from Great Britain, and there's George Washington, who's supposed to be great, and King George, who's supposed to be bad. Apparently we don't like monarchy. Okay, that's great. But we kind of don't know what it's about. And so people started writing to John Adams. He's one of the few of the Patriots who was still alive by then. And people were writing to him asking, well, so what was it about? Tell us. because everybody's getting ready for 1826, and people have book deals coming out, and there are newspapers who want to print special editions. They all want to focus on, well, this is the 50th anniversary. Let's revisit what happened. So what happened? And they asked John Adams. And John Adams, in his first letters, was also very cranky. He was like, nah, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's not anything that you say it is. He was so mad looking at what passed for historians by the 1820s were saying about the revolution. He was like, you're never going to know. You conflate the revolution with the war, with the Constitution. These are all different things. You're never going to know, and I don't have time to tell you. I'm old and tired. Go away. And then he writes to Thomas Jefferson. He says, you know what? I'm getting asked this question, and I might be wrong, but these people are getting it wrong, I think. What do you think? And then Jefferson writes back saying, yeah, no, you're right. I'll never know. I'm going to get it wrong. Everything's lost. Bye.
And they were just like, I'm not doing this again.
Yeah. So Adams started to think about it a little bit more clearly. You know, Adams had his moments of insanity, but for the most part, he's a thoughtful guy. And which is why you can kind of rely on it, right? Jefferson's a chameleon through his life, so you never know what he's saying. But yeah, Adams was, except for when he was president and signing the Alien and Sedition Acts, was otherwise a decent guy. At least he was a thoughtful guy. And so when he thought about it, he agreed with Benjamin Rush in saying that, and with a lot of others of his contemporaries who weren't around anymore by then, but who had said it at the time, that the revolution was different from the war. That the revolution was what changed in the hearts and minds of Americans well before shots were ever fired at Lexington and Concord. Those changes in the way people saw themselves, the way that people thought about their relationships with each other, the way that they then thought about their relationship between themselves and the British government, that all of those things were not just well underway, but finished by the time you get to April 1775, because they have to be complete before somebody pulls a trigger.
Yeah.
So the American Revolution, as being this American inflection of the Enlightenment, and this question about human rights and a question about the value of a human being, had worked what it did on the Americans.
I love this game.
And the way that the British government responded to the end of the 7 Years' War and all of those pressures that it placed on them, mostly financial, but also geopolitically, that all of the changes that were made in their political relationship, that all of that really happened between 1763 and 1775, and that's done. That's the American Revolution. And why it might not have been fully completed by 1775, that the idea of these questions about rights and principles and liberties, that process was mostly done by 75, and after that is a question of implementation.
Yeah.
But we said that, listen, that's not the war. The War for Independence is about a coalition of 13 loosely associated colonies that each declare independence for their own reasons, based upon their own dynamics, and then they orchestrate an alliance to achieve what they think is the only reliable end to that, to secure those rights that they have articulated, which is independence. Yeah. That's its own thing. And so that's its own story about how those 13 colonies then to find enough in common, that don't have anything in common, but they're able to cobble together enough in common to achieve this joint goal of independence under a kind of loose association that turns into a confederation. That's the war. And that's about, again, building these coalitions, establishing international relationships, about gaining the kind of capacity to fight the British, and then essentially let the French fight your battles, because you can't beat the British. The French need to fight the British. So let the French fight the British. Reignite the second 100 Years' War that they've been fighting for so long. Just reignite that, let them fight it out, and then let us sort of like come in on the back end.
And be like, woo, we did it.
No, exactly. And then claim that we did it all on our own. No?
Exactly. It's the same with World War II. There's all this rhetoric, back-to-back World War champs. And America just skated in right at the end. And we did help. It's not that we didn't do anything. All of my grandparents are World War II vets. But we did not, Britain carried the bulk of that. But we like to pretend that we came in and saved the day.
Not for the Battle of Britain. The rest of this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And my dad was in the Navy in World War II. But that idea that Adams articulated was, okay, that's the war for independence. That's its own thing. That's about political independence. It's kind of related to the revolution and is a product of the revolution, but it's not the only product, and it's certainly not an inevitable product. Because nobody, as Adams points out, as Jefferson pointed out in agreement, nobody in even early 1776 is thinking about independence, and certainly not thinking about creating a nation. Yeah. Nobody's thinking about creating a United States consolidated federal nation state. And so the war needs to be understood on its own terms, and then the Constitution as being, again, just one outcome of independence, and not even a necessary outcome of independence, is its own story. And so Adams was upset that all of that had been conflated into one narrative.
Yeah.
When they are different things, they're different actors, they're different dynamics, they're different events, and you don't understand them if you just push them all together and talk about it as the American founding. That's not how it worked. And he started unpacking that in more letters to a couple of correspondents to try to have them understand how all of this worked out or didn't work out. How you needed to understand what was going on in each of the colonies before you understood anything that they possibly shared, that, as Adams put it, that enabled 13 clocks to strike as once.
Yeah.
Which is a lovely turn of phrase to describe independence. But Adams' point was that they never were in time before that, and they never were in time after that. And you've got to understand what got them to that one point that they then went past each other.
Yeah.
In the war. So it was that formulation that Adams put up there. And again, that Rush agreed with and that Jefferson agreed with, that the revolution, when we talk about it, and this idea, this sincere conversation about rights and liberties that does not exclude enslaved people, that does not exclude black rights, that includes all of these people engaging these ideas, that one particular formulation of it was what the New England Patriots did. But Virginia Patriots had used a lot of the same words, but had a completely different idea about what those things meant. Yeah. And so we've got to understand those moving parts, that they are in a real sense celebratory about the way that rights are conceived of, but to automatically take those ideas and insert them into
we've never been a democracy.
It's been like into the language that is wrapped around the Revolutionary War ends up.
So we've never been a democracy, I guess. It's and the historians always try to say that we are, but we've actually always been like fucking like 5 or 10 warring factions that all hate each other. Some are pro-racism, some are anti-racism, some are pro-money, some are anti-money. Some are, we are like 9 or 10 different entities and stuff. It's kind of crazy. There's like corpo interest that only votes corpo interest. I don't know what you would call it, like oligarchy, basically. There's like lots of different factions. Oh no, getting on my... No, don't die, don't die. No, don't die. No, get up. Oh, this one went far. Oh. Yeah, and that sounds about right to me. I think we do I think we have like low, medium, and high left wing. We have low, medium, high right wing, and we have low, medium, high centrists. And I think the medium centrists run this country. They were all born between like 23 or whatever, 23 and 50. 1923 and 1950, and they were like centrists. And I don't know if I really like right-wingers or centrists anymore. Like, I want my peace and love and freedom of autonomy of our bodies, and I want laws for corporations and stuff. I don't know, and that's kind of weird. It's like and I'm just one of the 10. I'm just one of the fucking 10 different entities that run this country. It's crazy. And I'm the most lunatic left-wing fringe there is. But I mean, like, I'm just one of the 10 fucking factions in the country or something. It's fucking crazy. That makes a lot more sense to me. This thing about left and right, Democrat, Republican, I don't know. I don't know if you can blanket all fucking 10 of these entities under two tags. I think it's a lot more nuanced than that. And he's right. You go back, you look at the letters from Adams, you understand. Fucking John Adams,
up doing both a disservice, because you then get away from one of the more revealing projects that I ever engaged in was a forum in which we were all asked to read, and I think everybody should do this. We were all asked to read the original state constitutions that were written during the Revolution.
That's fascinating.
Just to answer the question, so everybody just start from the same basis, read all of them, and again, there are only 13 of them, 14 of them if you include Vermont. And some of them are very short. And if you want an articulation about actually what was going on in each of the colonies, what they thought needed, they could, if they're turning the world upside down, if they're beginning the world anew, creating their own governments, then what are they doing? Take a deep look at that and see the kind of things that they are leaving the same, mostly everything, the kind of things they are changing, turning over a lot of offices that had been appointed into elected.
150 grand right there.
What they're really changing, who can vote? And they're making it even more narrow in a lot of circumstances. And for the first time, questions about religion and Protestantism enter into these constitutions. And you start thinking about, hold on, we talk a lot about freedom of religion, but understanding that it was freedom to exercise religion, fine, but not a freedom to actually participate equality in the body politic. In South Carolina, you couldn't hold office if you if you did not sign an oath saying that you not only believed in the Christian God, but that you believed in the revealed truth of the New Testament. And you know exactly what that means.
Yep.
I mean, you had to do that in several states.
Yep.
That is a very particular kind of Protestantism.
Yes.
That you are
and it's
tying
very exclusionary.
Behavior. It's very exclusionary. So if people start understanding that, then they start thinking, we've got to go ahead and destroy this notion that America is a Christian nation in terms of Christian nationalism. But we also have to see where in fact it was true. Yeah. So we can see where it wasn't. Mm-hmm. And it's looking at those kind of things to kind of see, okay, this is what I think should have happened. But here's in fact.
I like it during the day a lot more.
And so these questions that we infuse in the founding moment as being all of these questions about rights that we think that people are kind of running with as a result of the revolution isn't what's happening. That's why people in France were so excited about what was going on in America during the revolution, because they've been reading the pamphlets. They've been reading all of these articulations about rights and liberties and freedoms and how we can reconsider the relationship of the government to the governed. And these were very exciting pamphlets, particularly for people in France who were thinking about fighting against their own monarchy. And then they started reading the first constitutions. And they started realizing that this isn't doing what it is they said they were going to do. Yeah. They were strikingly disappointed, which is why they wanted to go a more clear route with putting together the French Revolution. They actually wanted it to actually follow these ideas to their logical end, not have them be moderated and modulated into these kind of compromise situations. So they really thought the American patriots let them down. And I think taking that seriously is not only interesting, but I think it's instructive. But we can get back to in terms of the drag, right? Yeah. We can get back to a moment in which people are taking those ideas seriously. Now, the conflict with Britain might have been constructed, right? That Britain was not focused on enslaving patriots or stealing their property. The problematic part is when they get after the Boston Tea Party, when Parliament closes the port of Boston. That's a problem. But that's a different kind of problem than what the broader rhetoric of the patriot movement is really espousing in terms of that kind of abuse of authority. But no matter whether that's real or not, that reconception of rights and responsibilities was real. And that's a major contribution. That is something that we still learn from and benefit from today. But what we have done is that we have taken that language and we have infused its value into the war and the Constitution and these institutions, and as therefore somehow uniquely representative of those ideas, rather than just being certain products of it, certain results of it, and not even the only ones. Those ideas are what informed Canada. They what informed the Bahamas. They what informed most of the Atlantic world. And we can see how they worked in different ways in those different places as kind of alternative histories in our own time, real ones that operated and emerged from the same set of historical facts. And in the case of Canada and the Bahamas, Bahamas by some of the same people. That loyalists went to Canada, loyalists went to the Bahamas. They created those countries in their modern sense. The Black loyalists are the main influence on the nation of the nation state of the Bahamas right now. The Black loyalists are part of their origin story complete with principles of democracy and representative government. And the same thing happened in Canada. How does that happen if the loyalists are chasing after a king?
Yeah.
No, they're not. They are taking these ideas that are part of this Enlightenment world, and they are applying them. They're just not applying them in the exclusionary ways that the Patriots did. And to understand that in kind of these parallel ways, the way how Canada addressed slavery, how its constitution developed, the way the Bahamas developed, and you look at the way the United States developed at the same time, you see some pretty different narrative strains.
And what's interesting too, like you were mentioning the constitutions, that when you look at the history of religious,
I want to look at the development of the Bahamas. I didn't know it was like such a big like world indicator. The development of the Bahamas. Oh, Nassau, right? Nassau, right? The history of the Bahamas is not as beautiful as the country. Watch video to find out. Oh, wow. This guy got a lot of hits. Let's see what he has to say. Oh my god, I forgot it was this goddamn shishi. What? There's a water park right there. You had the ocean. You had the ocean. Why are you building a water park again? I guess that's like an indoor thing that they, or like an inland thing they built.
This place is so
Why? So you can fish or whatever?
beautiful, man. The Bahamas is home to some of the richest Hollywood celebrities in the world, including Oprah, Beyonce.
Oprah lives in the Bahamas? I didn't know that. Wow. Does Oprah live in the Bahamas? Is he really, like, serious? Let's go ask. Does Oprah claim residency in the Bahamas? She is a longtime property owner there. But no, she claims primary in Montecito, of course. But no, but she does, like, fly probably to the Bahamas, like, every summer or whatever. She bought a home in Telluride, too. We know she did. That's the whole thing, yeah.
And Jay-Z, Tiger Woods, and Eddie
Oh, look, it's all
Murphy,
the
who
Black
owns an
Billionaire
island
Club.
that cost over $15 million. I've always wondered what it must be like to visit the Bahamas and why it was
So the Black Billionaire Club lives in the Bahamas, huh? Isn't that the history of... Wasn't the Bahamas Nassau?
so freaking expensive, with some hotels costing as much as $25,000 a night.
25 grand a night. That's insane. For a motel room, better get a car with that. Jesus Christ. I better buy me a car on the island for that. This appears to be a sniper situation. Let's test out this new weapon. I like this weapon more. Oh, I'm missing the required ammo, which is no good. Oh well. We'll rock, Oh, are we fighting? Yes, we are. Why are we fighting? Ah. I headshot his ass. I like not having a cursor. I think it actually improves your aim quite a lot. I hit something there. What do I see there? Some kind of fucking nasty turret. I like the way it looks. What time of day is it now? Oops. Yeah, like, how do you tell the time in this game? I can't remember. You're supposed to have a chrono mark watch, but the time is not there. It's so dumb. Oh yeah, isn't it in the screen somewhere there? It's like here in the screen somewhere, isn't it? Local time is 1:42 in the morning. Or 2 in the morning. So take me back. Now that we have a fast travel here, I want to. Or yeah, I'll travel back to the ship and I'll take the Diamog out if I'm traveling. I guess it's faster.
25,000 a night at the Michael Jackson suite.
Wow. Since I got my new passport and can now explore the Caribbean, I wanted to realize my dream of having a Bahamian vacation. I always look forward to seeing the beautiful beaches, the expensive private jets of wealthy celebrities, and the famous peaks that swim in the clearest of waters, which I hope to see at the end of this video. The only problem I had was the cost.
Why is the Bahamas so expensive?
It felt so expensive and out of reach for a regular person like me. Even with this hefty price tag, there's hardly any place in the world that is as beautiful as the Bahamas, and I wanted to make this trip happen while making it as affordable as possible. So I set a budget of $1,000, which I would try not to go over.
Wow, can you see the Bahamas for $1,000? No, would it be? He probably went up to like 3.
I started my journey from Portugal,
36.
which is over 26 hours away if you travel by air, and I arrived at the Pinlin International Airport.
Pinlin. Cool. That's his job, to sit around and dance with a drum all day. I mean, hey, do they care if you're drunk? I'd take that job if it paid well.
What's up, bro? How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I would like to give you a souvenir.
Oh, really?
So this is our local dollar.
Oh, wow.
$1 bill.
Oh, wow.
The guy on it, he's our first black leader in the country.
What's his name?
So Lyndon Pinlin. The airport is named after him.
Lyndon Pinlin.
On arrival in Nassau, Bahamas, the first thing I noticed was how hot it was, and it reminded me of Lagos, Nigeria.
I think the temperature will probably be maybe around 20-something degrees Celsius
You spent $150 on the cab ride.
at the moment. But it's kind of like similar to Miami weather, which is where I was coming from.
Nassau is the capital and the biggest city in Bahamas,
See,
housing
it was Nassau. Wasn't this Nassau?
over 70% of the nation's population, and
Yeah, the history of Nassau was kind of
it serves
important.
as the hub for most of the nation's economic and administrative activities.
First industry is actually tourism. That's why we take that with a lot of passion, take that serious. And then we also got second, we got banking and financing. Third
You look a little big. Yeah, there we go.
is fisheries, because we got the second largest coral reef barrier in the world.
Oh, wow.
The only place that has more fishes than the Bahamas is Australia.
Now, the meaning of Bahamas is Bajama, a Spanish word, meaning still clear, shallow waters. The word Bahamas derived from a Lucayan word Bahama, meaning upper inner mainlands.
The Bahamas is a country in the Atlantic Ocean, and it comprises of over 700 tropical islands. New Providence is one of the biggest islands in the Bahamas, and it is where Nassau, the capital, is located.
Bermuda.
Getting to the Bahamas is pretty straightforward, and you can arrive by
I
boats
wanna
or
take
plane.
you down
But
to Kokomo.
staying there, that's where it gets tricky and pricey.
Okay, I just got into my hotel now. I'm currently staying at Holiday Inn in Nassau, and this is one of the most expensive hotel rooms I've ever had to pay for. One night is almost $300. I think it was $290 something.
It's the
just
poorest thing
a
in the
normal
city.
basic hotel that would have been like $80 somewhere else. But that just gives you an idea of how everything is expensive in Nassau. I guess this is why they call it the playground of the rich. For you to come here, you need to have a lot of money. Let me give you guys a quick tour. This toilet here, definitely, and then we move right into the room. Oh, sorry, there's a work area here. I'm probably gonna be editing videos here. But then this is the room. It's a good sizable room for $300.
From my research, a family of 4 can expect to spend around $630 daily. So for a week, you're looking at about $5,500 once you factor in flights, getting around, meals, fun activities, and a few souvenirs. As for somebody traveling solo like me, I will need between $2,000 to $2,500.
I said 36, right?
I wanted to see the city, so I searched online for a tour guide, and it cost up to $500 to get one, which was half of my non-existent budget. So I decided to take a walk and see some parts of the city for myself.
I was just walking on the streets of Bahamas downtown, and he said he watches my videos.
Yeah.
I didn't know they watch my videos in the Bahamas.
It's quite popular here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why is the Bahamas so expensive? I'm flying to Jamaica tomorrow, and I realized the ticket was $400 for 1 hour.
Because they have to fly everything in.
Okay.
The fuel has to be imported. There's an import duty on the fuel.
Everything's imported, everything. So, and I know because I lived in Hawaii for a couple of years, and it was the most expensive I've ever seen anything be. A McDonald's meal was like $37.50. I'm not kidding. Like, you know, the gas was $10. Everything was insane because they fly everything in. Everything. The Walmart, you might find something cheap maybe once a year. The Walmart was like, I don't know, I'm trying to compare prices here. There's nothing that expensive. So I thought I would be this like drunken, like, you know, housekeeper in Hawaii, but no, it was like that for a while because but the only reason it was like that was because they would leave bottles of liquor in the 5-star hotel rooms, and we were illegally allowed to take that home with us, and they encouraged us to. It was too much stuff for, like, the rich people. They're so wasteful. They come and live there for a week, and they just leave all the stuff in the room, and it's crazy sometimes what they leave. And like the liquor is like top of the line liquor and shit. I liked working there because you could get top of the line liquor take it home every night. Coming out at the end of the day, we would be carrying bags of stuff, like bags of bread, mayo, cheese, like stuff that they had for like picnicking or lunch and stuff. There was like, you know, lots of bottles of liquor. You know, you would come out with like a bag of swag at the end of each day because the rich people are so fucking wasteful. But that was the only reason I was able to survive in Hawaii. If I had paid for the cost to eat, even eating was free at the hotel, kind of, which is how people thrived there so well. But it was like, you know, eating at the hotel, they had to have a cafeteria that fed us. There was, like, you know, like everything was comped because it was so expensive that you literally had to be shielded from it. And thank God the liquor and a lot of the food was free, and I would stuff the fridge with stuff that we got for free. I was living with 4 other people, but no, a whole family. It was 5, I think, actually. And I want to save because I've gone pretty far. I don't really know what kind of confrontation I'm in right here. Or if I even need to do it. Oh, I do. I'm going into this place because it's like a dungeon and I have to go here. No! Come on, man. Let me save before you one-shot me. God damn it. I don't even know where that's coming from.
And this is how these countries make their money, right? There's no corporate tax, there's no income taxes, so the governments have to make money somehow. And tourism is really the bread and butter, right? I think we have like 8 million tourists this year.
8 million tourists?
I think it's close to about 8 million, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, people go to the Bahamas, yeah.
The Caribbean
That looks so fun, but also looks very, very, very decadent.
Has made it a prime destination for cruise tourism, significantly benefiting the Bahamas.
Behind me is a cruise ship, just leaving the dock and heading out into the sea. You can't understand how big the size of these cruise ships are until you like zoom in and then see the scale for yourself.
Something's here is one-shotting me. I gotta go.
So most of the people who are coming on all the cruise ships that come into Nassau every day, which is like 3 to 4 cruise ships, they stop by here to come and buy, you know, gifts, souvenirs, and jewelry. So you can see a lot of shops like Rolex, diamond shops. So it's a very good place to come and shop. But you need to have a lot of money if you're coming here because most of the stuff that are on the stores are super expensive.
Where did you guys come from?
Yeah, we came from Florida.
From Miami? Okay. How was the cruise ship experience?
Yeah, it was really nice.
It was?
Yeah.
I need to try that out.
10 over 10, yeah.
And averagely, can you just give me an idea of how much it costs for a cruise 3 nights?
Maybe around 3,500.
3,500?
$500.
Like, the accommodation is there. They have activities.
Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
It's way more than worth it. On 10 over 10, 100%.
Yeah, for a vacation, you
The
spend some
interesting thing
money.
about the Bahamas, though, is
but you get what you
once
pay
all
for,
the cruise
usually.
ships leave at 5 o'clock, everywhere becomes a ghost town. As you can see, there are very few cars on the road. Another interesting thing about the Bahamas, too, is that they love fast food. It's the closest Caribbean island to America. It's super, super westernized. So almost all the eateries there, you can see McDonald's here, you can see Dunkin' Donuts. And behind me here, this is the British Colonial. It's one of the biggest hotels, if not the biggest hotel in Nassau. The cruise industry alone is responsible for an estimated 60% of the Bahamas' GDP and employs roughly half of the local workforce. Not far from there, I walked to the Queen's Staircase carved out of solid limestone by enslaved people in the late 18th century. Climbing the 66 steps gave me a proper view of the physical beauty of the surrounding area. At the top right here is a fort that was built so many years ago, and it's a place where obviously they're easy to guard against the city. Oh, that's Atlantis there. Oh wow. Is it the most expensive or the most popular hotel here?
The largest resort in the Caribbean.
How expensive is it to stay there for a night?
Oh man. On a slow night you might find rates for like 600 up to like $800. From 6 to like 800
For one night.
per night.
Damn.
And that's like basic, like Coral Towers or Royal Towers, not even the Cove or the Reef.
The city of Nassau is surrounded by so many beaches, and everywhere I walk you can see the pristine colors of the ocean, and I sometimes wondered if what I was seeing around me was really real. So guys, being in the Bahamas has been super expensive. And one of the ways I'm able to constantly make videos and support this channel is by working with brands I believe in. And today, I'd like to thank the sponsor of this video, BetterHelp. I'm always in support of therapy because we live in a culture where men are always made to feel like they have to be strong. So even if they are going through stuff, people just expect that they should just always deal with it. BetterHelp is a service that makes therapy more accessible by connecting you with a network of over 10,000 professionals. These licensed therapists give you treatment done securely over the internet. One of the best parts about BetterHelp is that if you don't like the therapist that they gave to you, you can easily switch to a new one at no cost to you. BetterHelp also allows you to connect to a therapist on the go, thereby giving you a timely response and helping you figure out whatever it is that you're going through. So I'm a giant fan of BetterHelp and I appreciate them sponsoring these videos. And today they're giving you guys a 10% discount on your first month if you do decide to try out their service. There's a link in the description, and clicking that link helps support this channel and helps you get started on what might be a life-changing journey for you. So thank you BetterHelp for sponsoring this video and making my Bahamas trip more affordable. Now guys, let's jump right back into the video. So guys, I'm headed to the fish fry right now and I want to go try out some local Bahamian dishes. Any country I go to, I always need to try out the food because, you know, that's where you get the real vibe of the country from the food. It's very important. All roads led to the Nassau Fish Fry, which was the perfect spot to try out the local Bahamian dishes. What kind of foods do you guys have here?
You got the fish, shrimp, conch, lobster, grouper, fried plantain, baked macaroni, jerk chicken, a little bit of everything. Big Mama in the kitchen, 40 years in the business. This is called the Big Yard, man. When you come here, make sure your belly empty. You heard me? This is the Fish Fry Bahamas.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
The first food I tried out was the conch, which was the most popular dish here. The food is here. So this is conch, this is coleslaw, this is rice, and this is plantain. Kind of like plantain we have in Africa. This is conch. This dish was very spicy thanks to the addition of local pepper. Hey guys, I'm about to try sky juice for the very first time. It's a mixture of rum, coconut water, and milk.
Oh, come on, man. These guys are brutal.
So anytime you order a conch, you sure it's fresh out the water. This is how we do it, fresh every day. Now watch how you stick a little knife, get your little knife, and there go your conch. Fresh, nice and fresh. And this is that famous blue pill in America. This is our blue pill. All right?
Blue pill? What does it do?
This make you go all night and all day.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I can't eat too much because I have twins already, okay? I don't want to do too much of that. See the same tiles that's in your house? Yeah. That's on your floor. Yeah. This is what they make them from. Oh, the tiles? Yeah, they make the conch. You see these? Yes, they make pretty tiles out of them. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can make tiles, the beautifulest tiles you can get. Different colors. They break them up, crush them up, put them through the machine, put them through a process, and there you go your tile. Wow. So there's so many things you can do with conch.
I'd heard so much about this conch that I just had to head to the famous Nassau fish market to see how it was caught and prepared. Guys, one thing I noticed about Bahamas so far is that everywhere is so clean. I'm currently at the docks now and I can't see any dirt on the floor anyway. See how clean it is. Most docks in most countries are usually very dirty because they just throw things anyhow anywhere.
I'm dead. Why am I dead?
The longer they stay in the water, the fresher they be. And when they need them, they pull them out of the water, crack them, prepare them, and have them ready for a sale. So the guy.
Ooh, okay.
This one's a boy.
God damn it, by the time I got back, I was dead enough to do the 5-minute load again.
Out there in the ocean, it's about abundance, and as much as you want, you can take it and bring it home. There's no season, no ban, no law on these. These all year round, and as much as your heart desire, please take it and bring it home, okay? Like I said, just take it, because it's too much there in the ocean.
Oh, really?
Yeah, too much out there in the ocean. Now, you want to taste it?
Taste it?
Yeah, you want to eat it?
Oh, really? That's, okay, sure. What's the lime for?
Give it a seasoning to marinate it.
So guys, I'm about to try out the raw conch. Okay. This is good actually.
Yeah.
That's a big fish.
Yeah, his name is Silas. You hear me, right?
His name what?
His fish name Silo.
Silo?
Yeah.
He has a name?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the Bohemian lobster.
Bohemian lobster.
Ooh!
And you see the barracuda.
Wow.
That's the barracuda.
That is
Bohemian
big.
barracuda.
Ooh.
If you want to eat fresh food, come to the Bahamas because the food is like you're picking it out of the ocean and you're eating. I just ate fresh conch. That was probably it was probably alive like five seconds ago before I ate it.
What's this?
Collect. That's what I want. You gotta buy me one. I'm gonna show you everything.
So what's your name?
My name is the Birdman.
The Birdman.
I'm fly to anywhere. What's your name?
Higher. He says he thinks that most places in Africa, you know, we just have tigers, lions, and stuff.
In Africa, you got zebras and tigers and lions. Over here, you only have dogs.
And I'm trying to tell him that it's not like that everywhere.
No, I think so.
You think so? Why do you think so? Why do you think
because my friend in Africa, he
Yeah.
sleep, and the lion bite him, kill him.
The lion beats him?
Yeah, but only for a local.
Yeah.
And to beat the lion off the front.
Yeah.
And then he get away.
In what country? What country in Africa? You know
It's Nigeria.
No, it's not
Yes,
Nigeria. He said it's Nigeria.
It's Nigeria. Yeah. That's what it was.
This is the local Bohemian beer.
One for you, one for me, and you pay for that.
Hi, I'm Birdman. Cheers to you guys.
All right.
While the island sure looks like the perfect paradise, its past wasn't so rosy.
In the Bahamas, West Indies, many of the natives grow sugar cane a long way from the nearest sugar mill.
Waiting for anyone from Europe came here, the islands were covered in forest and provided the perfect location for pirates to hide and attack ships full of goods on their way to different parts of the world. The Bahamas later evolved into a British colony aimed at controlling piracy, and following the American Revolutionary War, Americans and their enslaved Africans settled here, significantly increasing the African descendant population.
Before you
the abolition of the
auto-aim
slave trade
one-shot
and slavery led to the Bahamas becoming a sanctuary for freed slaves, making black Bohemians the majority today, reaching over 90% of the population. Most Bohemian people have their ancestry traced back specifically to Benin Republic, Nigeria, Ghana, and other West African countries.
Almost 80-95% of our black history is definitely from Ghana.
From Ghana?
Yeah, we're Africans.
So I heard something while I was here that most of the people who are from here are people from Ghana.
Haven't you been to the Slave Heritage Museum here in the Bahamas?
No.
So I'm giving her some history about where she lives.
Most people.
So that means you're partly from West Africa. So you're my sister.
Hello, my brother.
Hello. This is the remains of, the ruins of the houses where they used to live. All this behind me, this is like slave houses that existed back then.
Come on, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't even pull a trigger before you one-shot me. I'm
On my
getting
way back
away
to
from this
Nassau, I
place.
started to reconsider what it would feel like to live in the Bahamas.
So guys, we're just getting down and he's leaving the car running. Now we're just going to somewhere else and nothing's gonna happen. How do you feel safe just leaving your car like that?
Because we're safe, we're good in the Bahamas. We live in unity, we live in peace.
Wow. But there are so many countries you can try that across the world.
You can't do that nowhere else but here, man. Only in the Bahamas, guys.
Thanks to its appealing nature, it has become a hotspot for immigrants in the recent years.
I was looking forward to buy a new adapter for my phone because the plugs here they use is different from the plugs I have.
Oh
and
my
I came
God.
into this African store and I met my Ghanaian brother here, Mr. Francis. What do you like the most about living here?
The weather is very good and the people here too are very kind. The currency is okay. It's a 1-to-1 with the US dollar.
Yeah, it's not like cities
It's not
or like Naira.
Yeah. So yeah, it's okay. I started with the small, but now
Oh,
I have
really?
3 shops now.
Oh wow, 3 shops?
Yeah, 3 shops.
How many years have you been here?
It's my secret.
It's your secret.
One of the reasons rich people love living here is that the country of Bahamas is a tax haven.
There are no income taxes, there are no corporate taxes, there are any taxes at all. So the only way the government generates revenue is through basically import duties.
Everything good in life comes at a price though, which is why the cost of living in the Bahamas is crazily high, and I almost couldn't afford to make this video.
Over the years, we've faced inflation too. We can't. The Bahamas is a small country, so we import inflation.
I didn't
So
even
if it
know where
goes
he
up abroad,
was
by the
before
time
I
it gets here,
scared.
it's even more expensive.
When you eat out, a simple local lunch could cost you around $25 Bahamian dollars, and a fast food meal is around $20 to $30 Bahamian dollars.
Do you prefer the Bahamas food to the food in Ghana?
Actually, Ghana food is a food, and the Bahamian too is almost similar. Ghana we have fufu, but here we don't have fufu. That is only different.
One of my favorite food from Ghana is the Ghana fufu. I
Ghana
love it so much.
Yeah.
So do you miss your Ghana fufu while
All
you're
the
here?
time, all the time.
The country is also politically and economically stable, and everybody speaks English.
Is this the only tea company in Bahamas?
Yes, it's actually the only tea company in the Bahamas. We have some 21-gun salute, boosts up your stamina, your energy, your sex drive. It's natural aphrodisiac for both male and females. So if you have some fun, you party with 21. We have some tea samples here: hibiscus, soursop, moringa, and fever grass.
So guys, I'm about to try out the hibiscus tea. Okay.
God damn it. Keep forgetting that you have the wrong weapon.
That's all?
Yeah.
Thank you. What's your favorite thing, you yourself, about
My
Bahamas?
favorite thing to
about
do in the
living here?
Bahamas is to beach.
You know how to swim?
No, I don't.
Really?
No, I don't. Yeah, most people in the Bahamas do not know how to swim.
Many of people I'm meeting here, they don't know how to swim. Like her.
I can float though. That counts. That's
You can float for how long?
floating is the lazy way of swimming.
For how long can you float?
For a good amount of time.
Like
But I
2 minutes?
can't swim 2 seconds. I will go down.
Oh my God.
You guys, we're currently driving through one of the, what's it called?
Baintown.
Baintown, which is like one of the places where the locals, like the major locals live. Whenever I go to a country, I usually like to experience where the locals live. Everything I want to show you guys is not just like the touristy stuff. I want to show you guys what it's like living here.
This is where I grew up.
This is where he grew up. This is
Miss May.
his grandma's house. To live somewhere in this neighborhood now, like how much?
Cheap.
Can you give me an idea of how much like it is?
So something like this probably will cost you anywhere from, let's say, $190,000 to about $250,000.
Okay, for the
property plot itself.
That's the guy who's
sometimes it may come
one-shotting
with
me. I gotta
structure
get
on
away
it,
from you.
Yeah.
or just me, the land itself.
I'm renting an apartment. It's like how much?
So around here, apartment can be anywhere from, let's say, $500 a month.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's
it's cheap, man. It's cheap.
That's cheap. Most times in most countries, they say like where the locals live is usually the most dangerous areas. But I'm currently here in the middle of the street walking around. and nothing is happening. This is not a touristy area at all. Like, as you can see, there are less white people here. I don't think I've ever seen any white person. Everybody's chill, everybody's doing whatever they need to do, so nobody's stressing anybody out. If you want a nice furnished place in a nice part of town, it could cost you anywhere around $2,500 a month. In a more average area, it drops to about $1,600 a month, and that is excluding all the other service fees that comes with renting a home. So living in Nassau means you spend a lot on things like food, rent, getting around, and having fun. It's beautiful, but you have to be ready for the cost. Subscribing to my channel costs $0 Bahamian though, so if you haven't subscribed, please hit the subscribe button right now. So guys, I'm about to try out sweet wine made and bottled in the Bahamas.
What did he go? What? Where is this jackass?
Can get the grape taste.
There, fucking. I got him
This is a
finally.
winery here, okay? It was a Catholic chapel, now we turned it into a winery.
Oh, okay.
That guy was such a
This is
dick.
the only winery in the entire Bahamas.
Wow.
This is where we make all of the wine, and then we do everything here by hand. So it's hand corking, we
Oh,
do
really?
labeling by hand,
Oh,
and
wow.
then this is the fun part of the winery. You can take a look at this. This is
Go,
where we
go.
do blending classes. So
Oh, okay.
you can come and you can
Somebody's
book a
got
class with us,
auto
and
in.
you create your own blend, and you're taking your bottle and your personalized label home with you,
Oh wow, you can drink as much as you want.
as much as you want.
Even if you drag yourself out the door.
Yes.
Guys, I'm at a place called the Buena Vista Estates, and it used to be a slave plantation before, but now they've turned it into a distillery.
The water valve that you're looking at, it's approximately 234 years old, 74 feet deep, and it's made from limestone. Naturally, limestone
I'm
will
gonna piss
filter
real quick,
water,
I'll be right back.
but this well is polluted because people keep dropping their phones, cameras. There's about 2 feet of water left in the well. So you can take a look or take my word for it, whichever one you prefer.
After learning about the history of the Bahamas, I wanted to relax, so I got ready and headed to the beach. I learned that the prettiest and easiest beaches to get to in Nassau are on the Paradise Island.
Paradise Island is the only island in the Bahamas we can drive to. Every other island, it's either a boat or an airplane. Oh, wow.
After a small Google search, I found this really cool tour on a platform called Get Your Guide that takes you on boat trips to the island around Nassau for less than $163.
Ah, this is a YouTuber. Hi, how are ya?
I'm fine.
And that's
Nice to
good.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, what's your name?
Tayo.
You didn't come with
No,
Burna
no, I
Boy.
came separately.
You came separate?
Yeah, Burna Boy fine? You like his
No,
music?
no. But what happened? I told him, I said, you came with Burna Boy. I was like, he came with Burna Boy. Take him.
I'm going to be doing something really special, something I've been seeing on the internet. A lot of people have these videos they do where you see them swimming with pigs, like actual swimming pigs. I don't know where those pigs are from, but they kind of like have swimming pigs in the Bahamas. So today I'm going all the way on one of these boats. I don't know which one yet, and I'm going to 3 different spots. Some of them are islands in the middle of the ocean, and that is where we'll find the swimming pigs. Finally on the boat, about to proceed.
On our way to Paradise Island, I passed along some of the most famous people's luxury waterfront homes, like that of Oprah Winfrey, Eddie Murphy, and some other rich people whose names I can't remember. I heard that many of the most famous celebrities in the US come here to buy vacation homes that they rarely live in, which is something people do when they have too much money, I guess. You get there one day.
Finally got to Pig Island, and yeah, let's go swim with pigs.
You're gonna step to the edge, sit on the side, and then bring your legs down first, all right? So, yeah.
Finally made it to the island. This is one of the only places in the world where pigs can swim. So how come they can swim here? Across other places, pigs don't know how to swim. So why is it like that? Why?
They born swimming.
They're born swimming?
Yeah, they born to swim. All pigs can swim.
All pigs can swim?
Yeah.
Even in Africa, other parts of the world? Oh, really?
Yeah, all pigs can swim.
Oh, I didn't know.
You have to train your pigs to swim.
Oh, so these are trained pigs?
From babies. We get them from babies. We bring them to the water every day.
I thought it was wild that there was a bunch of big pink pigs in the Bahamas that just love to splash around in the shallow water. These swimming pigs are a huge deal and a big reason why people visit the Bahamas every year. They are super friendly and you can find them on a few islands in the country.
Oh, you want to give me something?
Take it on the behind.
Behind? Yeah. Oh, okay. Like this? Oh, okay. So guys, I'm carrying one of the pigs right now. This is one of the swimming pigs. Oh, he's hungry.
Every time I go to a new country, I'm always wondering how they are able to turn something so basic into something that so many people are coming to see. Same pigs that people just keep for pork, but in the Bahamas, they are able to take something so basic and so normal and turn it into an experience. And see how many people are coming here to experience it. All these people, plus me included, we all paid money to come and feed pigs. So interesting. After a while, we headed to Paradise Island and it was truly beautiful. This small beach area with soft light blue water felt completely different from the crowded cruise ship area and the busy streets of Nassau.
That's what it looks like when you're snorkeling in the Bahamas. See how clear the water is. Chopping life. Walking in the middle of the ocean.
One thing I loved about Bahamas was how different cultures were living together in peace and harmony. Everyone speaks English, but in a cool Bahamian way.
My favorite thing about living in the Bahamas is kind of our culture, you know, it's very expressive.
Back in America, most of the celebrities, they get that paparazzi lifestyle and they just want to live a normal lifestyle. Here in the Bahamas, we do recognize our celebrities, but we give them the most due respect, and that's what they love about it. We have people like Kanye West over here, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Adele, Tom Brady. Lots of people live here in the Bahamas. Everybody loves the Bahamas.
Experiencing the Bahamas for the first time was mind-blowing, and it's so easy to see how the rich culture of the Caribbean is deeply intertwined with the history and heritage of West Africa. You can feel this profound and enduring connection across music, traditions, food, and spirituality. It felt like home, except that it was 5 times more expensive.
So guys, Tio has been the one taking me around and experiencing Bahamas. So shout out to him. I'm going to put his number in the description. So if any of you guys are coming to the Bahamas, just hit him up and tell him Tyre sent you, that you saw him on Tyre's video.
Before traveling anywhere, I often daydream about the experience. Imagining the Bahamas brings to mind scenes of soft white beaches, clear blue water, and beautiful palm trees. And I'd always pictured myself enjoying a drink with my feet in the sand, watching the sunset. These vacation dreams don't always come true for every trip, but my time in Nassau has been exactly as I imagined, and it deepened my love for the Caribbean and provided a perfect escape from everyday stress. I'm so glad I made the Bahamas my first country to visit in the Caribbean, as I now know that it can only be up from here. I can't wait to explore the other islands, and I want you guys to come along with me on this beautiful Caribbean adventure. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed creating it. If you did, please hit that like button and subscribe to my channel for more thrilling travel escapades.
That was good.
I'm just keeping it real, boo. So this week, kiddies, I'm getting back to business. This week, I'm giving you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the awful truth. So help me God. I'm going to be telling you the awful...
Oh my God.
Exclusion, right? Because that's used as such a trigger point in today's world. You know, the war on Christmas, the war on Christians, all of these things. When you look at pre-establishment of the United States, like the Christian persecution was coming from other Christians. It was Christians who were ostracizing and excluding other denominations of Christians. And the reason that the Constitution had to have a clause saying you cannot require a religious oath or a religious kind of prerequisite to hold office was because so many states were doing that.
Yeah.
But it was the Christians who were doing that to other Christians. Yep. And of course, only free white men.
You have to be a Protestant.
But it was extremely, extremely narrow. And I think one of the things, because I do this with when I teach people about like the Bible and we talk about scholarship, it's like you have to go back to what were those people experiencing at that time. Understand that this document was not written for you. It was not written for a 2025 American. So when you put your own values, your own views, and your own bias on it, you're by inherently misinterpreting it. And so I think a lot of I love that there's that 50-year period where we get to see Adams and Jefferson say, this is what it was about. This is something totally different. And I really believe that the French were the ones who took what the Patriot movement said they were and actually became that movement.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely.
And I think that there's a huge reason that, you know, we look at France and there's protest culture is such a part of their personhood because of how their revolution went, because it was actually founded on these principles of liberty and coming from a country where the bottom 98% didn't own anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not just a culture of opposition. It's a culture of resistance.
Yes.
It's a culture of making sure that if a government is not responsive to the people,
Viva la resistance!
All the consent you've given to it, and you change it. And if they won't do it on their own, you will make them. That's a tradition, and that keeps a government honest. It should have been what kept the United States honest, but it didn't, which is kind of what a resistance history of the United States is all about. But you're absolutely right with the French. And so it's not just an opposition culture, Monty. I think it's a resistance culture. They know what to do, and their governments know that the people will not just stop at any kind of like accommodation, that if it's important enough, we can go on to the next version of this Constitution. That's fine. The next republic can be right around the corner. We can do better than this if it's not working for the people. And that's a resistance tradition worth celebrating. And you're absolutely right as to its antecedents.
And what I love about that, is growing up how I did, like, the French are always demonized when I was growing up. Like,
Really?
they're weak
Yeah.
and they're this. And I'm like, okay, well, they won they won the Revolutionary War for us. You know, it's like, I loved the opening ceremony.
I
for the
love French
Olympics.
people, and I never understood it. I had a friend named Patrick, and he hated French people. And I was like, what do you mean you hate French people? And he's like, I don't like people from France. And I'm like, why? It was weird. How can you be French Canadian and not like France? It's weird.
In France and how they honored their history, because they have this grit as a people that we are not going to tolerate mistreatment. We're not going to tolerate overreach. We are going to show up at your job and we're going to make you make changes. And I think that it's really inspiring. And, you know, and even the stories, you know, behind the Statue of Liberty and what the French believed America was doing until they realized that's not what we were doing at all.
Yeah.
We were making it more exclusive, and we were doing the same thing we're doing now in the sense of shuffling power and wealth upward.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why to really put together, when I was asked to write the book and I had to figure out whether I was the right guy to write it, it took a bit of time because this is not an easy book to write, and it's not an easy topic to explore, and you can't do it in a glib way. I couldn't just dash off 12 chapters and say I'm done. I really had to think about this, especially in this moment.
Yeah.
And so I had to really think about, well, what is resistance? It's all about abuse of authority. What's abuse of authority? What's abuse of authority where we are? What happened other places? And I realized that kind of analysis hadn't happened for the United States. So I had to look at places where it had happened. And so I looked at France. I looked deeply at France's opposition culture and looked particularly about what happened in World War II. That's kind of the concentrated resistance moments, the period of the worst kind of abuse of authority, the greatest abuse. And therefore you could look at the way protest turns into opposition, turns into resistance in a very short period, in a very concentrated way, and to see how that dynamic works, particularly in France. And the way that the French people did and didn't respond, and how resistance leaders and resistance participants got their motivation, how their networks worked, where did their resilience come from, what kind of principles did they live by and have to live by, not knowing how any of it was going to end, and it was different looking at it in say Denmark or the Netherlands or France, and being able to understand how all of that worked in France, and how so much of it did come from the fact that they had this historical tradition of saying no. To abuse of authority that comes from attacking the Bastille. That comes from toppling Louis XVI. That comes from all of that. And to see how that tradition can remain kind of alive and well, even if latent, in order to be burst into flame by 1941, 1942, to be able to give them, that using their history to be able to give them the kind of inspiration they needed. They all adopted so many of these French resistance cells adopted names of French revolutionaries in order to kind of remind themselves of that moment. And that was, and using kind of the iconography of the time to give themselves an identity is fascinating to learn about, and also understanding that doesn't exist in the United States.
It really doesn't. We are, unfortunately, because I think in a lot of ways the indoctrination has been really, really well done.
It has been, yeah.
It has been. So a lot of people don't realize that they don't know. And it has created, again, growing up how I did, it's created this rhetoric of we're always the good guy. We're always the underdog. I was reading, did you read the book, One Day Everyone Will Have Been Against This by Omar El?
Starfield, All That Money Can Buy. Locate the seller. I can't get well. Oh, I have to go. Okay, so I have to go to Neon. Let's go do that. Voila. Oh, sweet kitty, I love you. Okay, can I at least go to my ship? Good.
My best read of 2025. I know you were writing a book, so you were busy. But he talks about how, because he was born in Egypt, raised in Qatar, now has lived here and in Canada. And so he talks, it's really about what's going on in Palestine and the American response to it. But he talks about the movie Red Dawn, which I hadn't thought of in years. And he's like, it's this American trope that shows up in our movies where we're the underdog against the impossible enemy, whoever the enemy is. It could be the Nazis, it could be the Soviet Union. And he's like, but also in the same movie, we're so powerful that there's no way that we can be overcome. And it has created, I think, a sense of complacency being taught this version of history, because Americans have this idea that even if we're the underdog, we're always going to win. because we always come out on top because we're always righteous and we're always justified. And of course, Christian nationalism attaches God to that. But it creates a sense of complacency and safety that, well, this is going to work out no matter what, when that's not how that works. And even the French Revolution was long and it was bloody and it was messy. But because they were willing to dig in and entrench themselves is the reason that it worked in such a different way than it did here.
And the fact that it was an actual revolution, it wasn't just a political change. It was a social revolution. It was a cultural revolution. They abolished the church. They abolished the calendar. I mean, this is an actual revolution. And even as violent and bloody as it was, the fact that they were establishing and living by these principles, it got out of hand with the extremism, but they established these principles that run the world over, and it's an extraordinary moment, especially when you compare it to the American Revolution. And it's not that the United States doesn't have a resistance history. When you talk about the indoctrination, it's that you, otherwise I guess there wouldn't be a book. That it's just that these resistance moments have been so beaten under the broader mythology, this broader indoctrination that you talk about, starting with George Bancroft, the chief of the Christian nationalists, that the arch Christian nationalist Bancroft, that this is, we have to hold all actual resistance as being illegitimate after the 1789, after the Constitution, because the Constitution solved all problems. All resistance actually must just go through permitted channels established by the founders, and if you don't achieve change by going through those permitted channels, then you just have to be okay with that's a symbol of the system working, and that you just need to be a happy warrior. You need to be a good loser, and then learn to fight another day. And not recognize that people are still being oppressed, that inequality is still beating down on people, that change still needs to happen. You, in your own comfortable way, can just go ahead, turn off your light, go to sleep, get up the next morning and fight the good fight again, rather than actually working for change, which might take you outside of those permitted channels. No, going outside of those permitted channels is illegitimate. The Underground Railroad was an illegal clandestine network and is a symbol of American resistance history. It's not taught that way.
Yes.
And so when we think about the Bill of Rights as being a product of resistance to the Federalists, not of the Federalists, that the Underground Railroad is a criminal conspiracy that's part of our resistance history, that is a model for resistance networks in World War II, given its complexity. That the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments are products of suspending the Constitution, breaking all the rules to keep the southern states from voting, ramming through transformational change to the Constitution. It's not taught that way.
Just never taught that way.
And to understand these moments are a part of this American tradition but it is in very real ways, and I'd love for you to talk more about this, a part of a kind of civic deconstruction, because this is a process that a lot of people have to go through. A lot white people, comfortable white people.
Comfortable white people.
It's always them, right? It's always comfortable white people.
Those of us who have the option of, this is uncomfortable, I'm going to take my ball and go home.
Yes,
that's an example of white privilege, because a black person doesn't get to choose to not be black anymore. Like that what they experience never ends. And this is like because when I talk about deconstruction, when you grow up entrenched in Christian nationalism, you have to deconstruct all of these categories. But I also think that even people who don't grow up religious in the United States, if you're a white person, you have to unpack history and civics. Otherwise, you're going to run up. I did an interview with Jane Elliott, and and I had asked to interview her because she was a major part in helping me unpack inherent racism. And and she told me, she was like, listen, you grew up and you were raised and you were educated in the United States. As a white person, it would be a miracle if you weren't a little racist. She was like, everyone has to approach this. And this is also in the book I mentioned about one day everyone will have been against this. Because when we look at Underground Railroad or the Civil Rights Movement, even the counterculture revolution that was happening at the same time, it's, these dirty hippies, these rude protesters. We see how Reagan took vengeance on college students who were protesting the Vietnam War. It's always demonized. It's demonized even now. We see protesters getting arrested for voicing support of Palestine. We see people like, and it's demonized until they win.
Yep.
And then when they win,
and then,
oh yeah, we were totally support. Like segregation was terrible. Segregation was terrible. You know, and it. You know, and that's when I think that like the comfortable white people, or even the white people that participated in opposition, kind of come in on the skirt tails of those movements and be like, of course I was supportive of this. And at the time we have to recognize, and I think this comes up for people that don't understand the language they're using when we get into documented and undocumented immigrants. Well, they're like, well, you just, no matter what, you have to follow the law. And I'm like, that's not how these changes work.
Yep.
Because positions of power are never going to give you their power and money willingly. And what they're going to do is they're going to steamroll you with the law, with the courts, with you can only protest in this channel. Real protest that creates change always happens outside of those channels.
Yep.
And that, I mean, that's across the board. I mean, I think of one of my favorite heroes is John Brown.
Well,
you know,
there you go. Right?
You know, that's resistance. You know, that is what that means and looks like. And to your point about the Underground Railroad, is that this was a enemy of state, clandestine institution, violating the law. You would get arrested or killed for participating in it. And also like understanding that back to World War II, that what the Nazi Party was doing was legal. That was the law. Saving Jewish people or helping them get out, you know, being a Dietrich Bonhoeffer or a Corrie ten Boom was against the law.
Yep.
And I think that that's a really important conversation people need to have right now, that America needs to get our France on. And realize that
that's a good way to put it.
Right? That we need to realize that we need to pull the building down.
Yeah.
Instead of, I think that's what frustrates me the most about establishment Democrats is there's so much performative conversation without any meaningful action.
Yeah.
And it's often to me, and as someone who used to be an extreme far-right Republican and now considers myself a leftist and a progressive, is that the Democrats often come to me as GOP light.
Yeah, sure.
They're just not as bad, right? They're not openly as bad, but they're not effectively doing anything. I think of I don't remember the context of it, but when it was Nancy Pelosi and a bunch of other people came out and they kneeled in the rotunda with the scarves on while they're actively voting against things that would actually mean equality and equal rights. And I remember being so annoyed. I'm just like, this doesn't mean anything.
Yep.
You don't actually care. And I think we saw that with how the Democratic establishment responded to Zohran Mamdani.
Well, that's exactly it.
They refused to endorse him. They refused. And Zohran has showed that when you pick a side, when you actually go left and stand on business, it works. And you had Schumer and Jeffries and refusing to endorse him, refusing to support it because it was too, quote, anti-establishment. And I don't know if you saw some of Zohran's speeches at his inauguration, but he, you know, him saying, he was like, I am not going to break my promises or ignore the people of New York because I'm afraid of being called radical. And I thought that was so powerful, of like, I'm not going to let them create false walls by calling me names that end up harming the people I'm supposed to serve. I mean, that whole ceremony was just incredible. But
and the way that we talk a lot about the right, where, oh my gosh, they're saying the quiet part out loud. The left needs to start saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
I think we've had enough of this conversation now. It was long, for one thing. I thought this was in a list that I built, but no, is that gone now? Yeah, apparently it is. No, there's my list.
Greetings, my good bitches. The name's Francis, Coke Francis. I'm an editor, Twitch streamer, drag artist, and I'm here because if you're watching this video the day that it's posted, it's my birthday today. In 2024, Cipriana Wall Street hosted the 112th annual Young Republicans Gala, where hundreds of 65-year-old 20-somethings all gathered together to celebrate being deeply uncool together. They especially celebrated the acquittal of Patrick Bateman, a white man in his 20s from New York who murdered a homeless black man. Wait, hang on, sorry. Nope, sorry, my mistake. The man in question was not a fictitious yuppie sociopath. This was a real guy. His name was Daniel Penny, and he was also a white man in his 20s from New York City who murdered a homeless black man. So you can see how I'd get the
Deadly chokehold.
too mixed up. Between that and Trump advisor Alex Bruesewitz fainting on stage after slurring about the sham impeachment, the event proved to be such a success that they ended up holding another one. Which brings us to the 113th Young Republicans Gala, held at the same place. Apparently, the only way to enter this exclusive hoity-toity soiree, hosting only the finest bigots in all of conservative social media, was via this now expired Eventbrite page. Between some Jesus-themed Sieg Heiling, a famous douchebag being out-douched by an OnlyFans reject, and an extremely satisfying guy-on-guy slapping, this was gonna be the best, youngest, Republicanist, 113th gala that Wall Street could ever dream of. Now, I make enough money doing this, sometimes, to pay my bills, which is amazing. But I don't make enough to do what I would have liked to do, which is buy a plane ticket to New York and infiltrate the event myself. Literally, all I'd need is a breastplate and a blessed necklace. The makeup would let me fit right in. But thankfully, there was just enough coverage of the event to get the full tea, for your and my viewing pleasure. Now, if the New York Young Republicans Club really cared about improving their image, what they really need more than anything is a fresh start. And keep in mind, single member tickets cost anywhere from $700 to $4,700. 4,700 buckaroos just to get roasted by a drag queen on the internet. Their subsequent debt and their reputation is only gonna get worse, unless they change the ending. The Young Republicans want to rewrite history, but the sponsor of today's video, PDS Debt, have helped hundreds of thousands rewrite their financial story and take control of their debt, and your turn starts now. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to help understand your unique financial situation, and they will craft a personalized plan just for you. No minimum credit score required. They're just here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and put money back into its rightful place in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot, and boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google from the thousands they've helped get out of debt. And if I ever find myself in debt, PDS would absolutely be my first choice. Every month costs you more in interest and fees, so don't wait another. And change your story in just 30 seconds instead. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you at pdsdebt.com/QueenCokeFrancis. That's pdsdebt.com/QueenCokeFrancis. pdsdebt.com/QueenCokeFrancis. And now that the lights are on in my house and makeup is on my face, back to our regularly scheduled programming. So it's pretty safe to say that 2025 wasn't exactly the best year for the Young Republicans' public image. In addition to shooting themselves in the neck, I mean foot, by trying to unite a failing party that's inherently conspiracy-minded, a shocking group chat was leaked a few months ago that shocked absolutely nobody. Here are some examples of the dark humor shared between people my age, or as the Vice President of the United States put it, kids telling jokes. But as you already know, bigotry and hatred might win battles, but they'll never win the war, because fascism eats itself alive, and those chapters of the Young Republicans Club ultimately disbanded, and most of them were fired from their positions, but not before blaming everyone else. Nonetheless, the fate of the Young Republicans Club was looking pretty grim at the moment, and they desperately needed something that they could finally unite over. Luckily for them, they had a nice little black tie event coming up. Here's the description from their Eventbrite page. On Saturday, December 13th, 2025, we will hold our 113th annual gala, just as we have done through every major world event, including both world wars and COVID-19, since our foundation. We are excited to welcome back both members and guests for a black tie evening at Cipriani Wall Street, featuring Cipriani's signature Bellini upon arrival, an open bar featuring top shelf liquor, butler past hors d'oeuvres, and a multi-course dinner as we hear from high-profile national speakers, mingle with honored guests, and discuss opportunities for the advancement of our mission. And who could resist such a fine lineup of hosts? We've got Jack Pacific, who's hoisting a rosary like a zombie who just fisted his way through a grave. We've got Mike Collins, a man who looks like he'd write you out of the will if you got a tattoo. We've got Andy Ogles, whose name is a sentence, and probably an accurate descriptor. And we even got the one and only Benny Johnson, a BuzzFeed gay who poses for every picture like a Final Fantasy protagonist. And that's just a handful of all of the stars and chuds who would make an appearance. According to the event page, we've got Jack Brewer, 3-time NFL captain and civil rights commissioner. No, I don't know who he is. Do I look like I know anything about sports? We've got Andrew Giuliani, son of drag superstar Rudy Giuliani, Jim Hoft, founder of Gateway Pundit and professional filer of bankruptcy, CJ Pearson, who got involved with conservative politics when he was just 8 years old, and he hasn't grown an inch since. Paula Scanlon, another swimmer who was so mediocre that she had to pivot to anti-trans grifting like her forefathers. And the event certainly wouldn't be complete without some music. Attendees will be treated to the incredible talent of world-renowned Hungarian violinist Zoltán Maga? Nuh-uh. No way. This couldn't have been a coincidence, right? They had to have done this on purpose, right? That's the dude's real name, too. I will bet money that they Googled MAGA violinist and were like, perfect. Zoltan hasn't had a gig this good since he performed on a different sinking ship. Anyway, there were a few other distinguished guests, VIPs even, who were conspicuously left out of this who's who of the finest bigots, like Jared Taylor.
The finest
and if you don't know
bigots.
who that is, imagine a white weeb who thinks Japan is superior to the rest of the world, who also
I've met plenty of
hosts
white
Klan
weebs like that.
rallies. Jared
Yeah.
Taylor isn't just a white supremacist. He is a pioneer of the entire movement. He founded and published the first issue of the subscription-based white supremacist newsletter called American Renaissance. Most of his essays were centered around intellectual levels amongst different races. You can already see where this is going. He's an advocate for scientific racism and racial segregation. He said that an American multiracial society is, quote, doomed to fail, and of course supports the white genocide conspiracy theory. You know, the one that even made Homelander have a bruh moment.
It's called white genocide.
And he, of course, had front row VIP seats at Donnie's inauguration, calling the event, quote, a sign of rising white consciousness. And he also had front row VIP seats at this charming little soiree. I mean, there's also the fact that he's a million years old and at the Young Republicans Gala, but to be fair, they're all 60 in spirit. Also missing from this list, but still in attendance, was Vish Burra, who got fired from One American News for posting a video depicting Jewish people as cockroaches. The party of stopping anti-Semitism, everyone! But for as many conservative hotshots that were there were also plenty who were not. Like 5 GOP officials whose presence had been heavily advertised, but they ultimately no-showed. None of those officials or their teams could be reached for comment. There was another guy who was totally invited in the first place, but they just couldn't handle it. So they disinvited him, and he wasn't gonna go to such a lame and K event anyway.
I think it's because I'm critical of Israel, and we know that seems to be the thing you're not allowed to talk about.
We'll get back to these disco kings in a moment. Only one of the gentlemen in this clip attended the gala, and he encountered a whole number of wacky characters that actually managed to make him look better by comparison. So after donning your best badly fitted tux or a ball gown that is not even a size, you head into the allegedly sold out venue where you are treated to a signature Bellini upon arrival. And you just, I don't know, pray that all the cloudy stuff at the bottom of the glass is actually peach and not a waiter who rightfully spat in your drink. And then you're treated to some special guest speakers who I watched so that you mostly don't have to. First up, from the closet to your phone screen, it's Benny Johnson, a man who looks like he says gracias to Chipotle employees.
If you want to embrace the American dream and have millions of babies, move to Florida.
But only if the babies are white, of course. That is the only reason they complain about the declining birth rate.
I'm a massive fan of New York City.
Is he doing one night stand? What the f is happening here?
You know Christmas? Maybe you've heard of a little something called Home Alone 2?
Internally, he's telling himself that the reason the room is so silent is because they were just so captivated by that 4 out of 10 Trump impression.
And maybe he can deport the pigeon lady, finally? By that I mean Piers Morgan.
Alright, you know what? That one was pretty good. That one actually did make me laugh, I'm not gonna lie.
Lady.
Alright, it wasn't that good. Calm down, son.
I know that because I live it every single day with my beautiful wife and our wonderful 4 children.
There's that female woman wife he's always going on about.
How many kids are you gonna have, Stefan? 6. Okay, that's...
Can you believe this soy boy is tapping out at 6? What happened to the millions and millions of babies, Benny?
Young men are based. And what will happen there is they'll get married and women will just go back to their factory settings and we'll just have a more right-wing country.
You ever get secretly pounded in the butt so hard that you try to cover it up by telling women to go back to their factory settings? What about yours when you left the BuzzFeed factory, Benny? That's not even a joke. He used to be a BuzzFeed contributor.
We can defeat the left by outbreeding them.
Benny wants to be straight so bad that he calls himself the pejorative that gays came up with. Can you believe all these gays?
And we're the only ones that anybody ever wants to have sex with.
My Journey into the Right Stuff app would beg to differ. And now we meet Stefano Forte, the president of the New York Young Republicans Club, who looks like the villain in a movie about dogs who are spies. Here's a volume warning for those of you wearing headphones or earbuds. Do keep in mind that he is not yelling. He is simply a Republican Italian New Yorker. This is his native tongue, you see. So the first few minutes of his speech is him thanking all the deeply uncool organizations that came to be there that night. He thanks his parents, he thanks his fiance, etc., etc. It's not an acceptance speech, okay? Wrap it up, Christopher Judge.
No club gets the guests, press, and recognition like we do.
Well, that's one way of putting it.
That same week, we came together for a candlelight vigil in Madison Square Park.
Imagine flexing over putting on a funeral for somebody. So it's pretty obvious who the better public speaker here is. Benny is about to learn a very hard lesson in winging it.
The media went full schizo.
God damn it, you're so well spoken up until now.
To insinuate that we were Nazis because of our connection to our friends at the most popular party in Germany, the AfD.
They called us Nazis. All we did was shoot the shit with a couple of Nazis. Now we're Nazis, forget about it. I give full permission for the country of Italy to beat my ass for that.
Kathy Hochul.
Uh-oh, he's getting into please clap territory. You're losing me, Steph. I don't really feel like listening to this Mafia NPC blather about fake news anymore. So he ends it by calling for an end to the MAGA Civil War, which is a tremendous thing to say at an event furthering the MAGA Civil War. And last and certainly least, we have Markus Frohnmayer, a politician from Germany's Alternative for Germany party, and someone who looks like he keeps his manifesto in a Pringles can.
And I think it would be amazing if all of you can show them how it sounds to love their own country.
That's a perfect response. Woo! Woo!
We are united in one common goal, the elevation of our common Western Occidental civilization and our proud Christian and European heritage.
Listen, guys, I know sometimes people are just born in a place, but that sentence with that accent is, let's just say, setting off my genetic fight or flight.
They're even sending police stormtroopers to raid the homes of law-abiding citizens at 6 a.m. simply for writing mean tweets about Queen Party ministers.
Oh, hey, they're doing that here too. But you're saying it to this crowd as if they would think it's a bad thing.
Let us reclaim our culture, let us reclaim our nations, and let us make the West whole again.
All right, I think we've heard enough from Stone Cold Steve Auschwitz here. Let's just move on, shall we? By the way, the name Alternative for Germany is a reference to Angela Merkel's slogan, Alternativlosigkeit, meaning there is no alternative. All right, well, on to the MC, who was included on the bill, but I had never heard of him because I'm in my 30s. Matan Evan is an 18-year-old YouTuber who's mostly known for crashing events in the name of comedy. Now, I'll admit, I like a good disruptor every once in a while. Sacha Baron Cohen, for as much as I hate his Zionism, was a huge inspiration for me getting into comedy. So is Eric Andre. As long as nobody's getting hurt or harassed and it's funny, keep raising hell, kids. But again, they do have to be funny, and I'm not sure if the then 15-year-old Matan crashing the Game Awards was exactly that.
I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
Now, do keep in mind, he was a literal child in that video. Of course he thought it was funny. It's probably the funniest shit ever if you're 15. I know I would have thought it was, and that's because most 15-year-olds aren't funny. Anyway, at just 18 years old, Matan was declared the MC for the event. Probably entirely based on him getting into a fight with Hassan Piker and trolling a workers' strike protest by pretending to be pro-landlord, because, you know, edgy, trigger the
We
libs.
love landlords.
That's all that matters
Jesus
anyway
Christ,
now, right? And knowing all of this is exactly why I was very interested to see his set at the New York Young Republicans Gala.
You know, these stupid liberals, they hate AI because they think it's gonna take their job, whereas us conservatives, we love AI because it helps us do basic math.
You know, if you get that kind of reaction at a Young Republicans party, you probably did something right.
A bunch of rich kids born into families protecting money from seeing those who need it. Why should they eat when you can have another car?
Okay, so he is really leaning into it now. He's also, I think, very clearly bombing on purpose, but they're just letting him cook.
Thank you to Jack Posobiec, Hasnan, Mr. Greedy, Biggie, and some of the others in that group.
Look, guys, I can't get over how age 31 this kid makes me feel. But again, I like a disruptor, especially one at an expensive Klan rally. And no matter how you might feel about him, this is a pretty ballsy move for a teenager. Unfortunately, this masterclass in comedy was continuously interrupted by a masterclass in cringe by the guy filming it, who you might recognize as the gentleman in that Nick Fuentes clip, Nicholas Kendabalantazi. He wants everyone to call him Sneeko, but anyone who whines about kids being pushed into transgenderism must identify with the name they were assigned at birth. But I guess it's fine that he pushed a bunch of kids into his red pill bubble.
The woman! What? No, wait. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgender.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays aside.
What have I done?
Nicholas, who looks like his profession is asking people for a lighter, recorded most of the event and ran into all sorts of colorful folks on the way. First up was fellow tuber Steezy Kane, who said, quote, "It's pretty cool. I like how racist everyone is." It was then that Nicholas realized that he had not only found his people, but he had met his match. Game recognized game. Rivals. But just like when Jake Paul and Andrew Tate absolutely got their shit rocked a couple weeks ago, Nicholas was about to meet a contender that was far beyond his weight class. Meet Empath Chan, OnlyFans model, crackhead, girlfriend to liberal streamer Destiny,
She's
and
a
all-around
crackhead?
obnoxious, racist, anti-Semitic, attention-starved, neo-Nazi edgelord, buried within a Twitter feed that—
Wait, what? Crackhead? Why is she smoking a meth pipe on camera? Oh god, they're all on meth. You can see it on their face. They're on meth. You can see they are. Oh, give me cover. Oh, God. Save. Why don't you guys fight him? Did I kill him? I must have. He died up against the wall. I like this streamer a lot, actually. Queen Coke Francis. Sure, sold.
To liberal streamer
Why are you smoking meth? It seems crazy. I would never, ever take a video or a picture of that.
Destiny, and all-around obnoxious, racist, anti-Semitic, attention-starved, neo-Nazi edgelord, buried within a Twitter feed that's chock full of slurs, racial violence, blackface, and her thinking she's hot. At one point, she asked her followers if she looks goth. The answer is no, but she does look like she has 2 types of razors in her bathtub. Now, I could spend all day roasting this pathetic waste of space, but like I said earlier, this woman is a professional attention seeker, and I don't want to give someone I hate exactly what they want. But unfortunately, she's a vital part of the 113th Young Republicans Gala. Honestly, she's no better or worse than anyone else there. She just says it with her full chest. Well, I don't know if full is the best word to describe her chest, but Nikki was just there to have a good time. It's not like he knew some racist white chick was gonna corner him and start showing him videos of her in blackface and saying the N-word.
Yeah, I'm based. A blackface stream?
Yeah.
Or we could dress up like Jews or some shit.
Empath Chan thinks she has superior genetics despite an upper lip that's straight out of a Mad magazine. Oh, but Francis, don't come for her looks. First off, and I guess I haven't made this super clear in the past, so I'm gonna say it right now. I'm a drag queen who does insult comedy. If you don't like appearance-based
making
jokes,
fun of
even
looks,
if they're towards the
you're
worst people
you're on the
on
wrong
Earth,
video. You're on the wrong video.
you might want to watch something else.
Wrong creator.
Secondly, take a good long look at this woman's Twitter feed and tell me with a straight face that her chopped mug doesn't absolutely deserve it. I want to support all women, but she makes it really hard. The only time she's ever made anyone hard in their life. Alright, moving on. Because it's time we met the man of the hour. The man who provided better entertainment than Nicholas, a racist chick, a closeted man, Goblin number 3, and that fluffy-haired
Goblin
kid
number
combined.
3.
Meet Hayden McDougal, a self-described 5'7" alpha male and founder of Woman Propaganda, a YouTube channel that's exactly what you think it is, and one that I ratioed even harder than how he got slapped. Oh, wait. Sorry. Spoilers. Whoops. Aside from looking like the lovely Bones Well, if his underground hideout was his mom's basement, Hayden is best known for being a proud racist because, as you know, all white supremacists are always the least supreme whites. Hayden is also a little attention, emphasis on little, so rather than wasting too much time explaining who he is, here's a little taste of what we're working with here.
White people need to become racist if we're gonna, take our country back. I'm screaming at white people to wake up. This is why I want to normalize, saying even saying nigger.
Holy shit.
What?
But,
okay. What are we doing, bro?
Back to the gala. Now, not every protester out there can have a banger queer anthem like Daniel Hamrick at Hetero Awesome Fest. Sometimes you gotta settle for handing out swastikas at the New York Young Republicans gala. And also, putting on the whole Nazi uniform. I don't know how necessary that was. I mean, obviously I get what he's doing, and I know you have to be as on the nose as possible with these people to get your point across, but I don't know. Cosplaying as a whole-ass Nazi just feels kinda weird in any context. Maybe I'm just that friend who's too woke. Either way, I support this guy, who's speaking the truth while Hayden is yelling,
Let this event represent. Shut the fuck up! You guys love
Beta
Nazi.
male.
You guys failed to condemn Nazi.
Beta male. Beta male.
I'm sorry. Girl, you cannot be looking the way you do and yell beta male at another human being. You cannot have a bowl cut and a mustache and call other people. Anyway, the protester hands a swastika to Hayden, who readily accepts it and says he wishes Trump was a Nazi. Oh boy, who's gonna tell him? Then an H&R Block, if it was a person, shows up, and he claims
H&R Block,
to
if it was a
not be
person.
associated with Hayden, but also does, and also defends him, but
H&R
also
Block, if it was a
throws his
person,
hands
shows
up
up.
and says he has nothing to do with it. Just own it, guys. The jig is up. There is zero hiding who you are at this point. Nothing I say in this video will be as savage as that. So Bullcut over here starts spouting off a bunch of racist shit that he thinks people will listen to, and in addition to the annihilation of minorities,
Bullcut
Hayden is
here.
also a big proponent of no givesies backsies. But H&R
No
Block
givesies
ultimately
backsies.
gives the swastika back to the protester. Not because he denounced it or anything, but because
We have plenty at home.
Mom, can we get swastikas? We have swastikas at home. Now this is where an Oswald Cobblepot kind of comes into the picture. His
Oh,
name
if
is
you make me
Kevin
laugh,
Smith,
I'll watch
not
you forever.
the Kevin Smith director that every straight man forces you to watch Clockwork Orange style. This Kevin Smith is the founder of Loud Majority, another conservative org and podcast that the Southern Poverty Law Center has declared a hate group. Also, and take this with a grain of salt, but according to a Reddit post, the leader went to my high school and was in the same grade as a family member and walked around with a sign sock puppet on his hand every day and would make people talk to it. Was the sock puppet's name Adolf Hitler? Anyway, Kevin Smith, he comes out, and to everyone's surprise, he breaks up the altercation and tells the protester to stop answering these people's shit. Then he turns to Hayden and says, and then slaps the little shit upside the head.
You gave him a ticket. You gave him a ticket.
Just slaps him.
You gave him a ticket.
If this was a cartoon, you would have like little birds flying around. How many slaps like this happen per year, do you think? Counting or not counting Nazi violence? So
yeah, this is my shit. Slap
right
the Nazi,
but
bitch.
Still, an alpha nonetheless. It is still in his bio after all. Surely, Hayden's gonna be the man he claims to be and fight back, right? He has to, for the sake of white male supremacy. Fight, Hayden. Give it all you got. Wait, what's he doing? He's running away? Wait, is that Sneeko? Sorry, Nicholas? Is that his not friend? Is that Nick Fuentes with the hood? Oh my god, he's crying to daddy! Oh my god, no way!
And then I told him to go back to Israel, and then Kevin Smith came over and he hit me really bad.
Now, I'd love to wrap up the coverage of the New York Young Republicans Gala with that nice, satisfying Nazi slap.
You invited him to your fucking club. You gave him a ticket.
Oh, fuck the Nazi.
I hate the guy who did it, but hey, a Nazi slap is a Nazi slap.
However you get it. However you get them, we count those.
I hate to be a buzzkill, you know? I like to keep the energy going. But unfortunately, this ended up being a bit of a misunderstanding because not too long after, Hayden took a picture with Kevin saying, quote, "It was a misunderstanding. Kevin's a good man." What had actually happened is that Kevin
we're all right
thought
wingers.
Hayden was a leftist protester and that the actual protester was on his side because again these people are physically incapable of understanding satire. He thought the guy who was literally dressed as a Nazi and handing out swastikas to people was on his side. I take back what I said. I'm glad that guy did a full cosplay. Not because it reveals something that we didn't already know. We already know who these people side with. But this whole ordeal does highlight something that the right is unwilling to talk about, which is that because their hatred is blind, they're eating themselves alive. They have no idea who the enemy is and who isn't. They are the ones who are conspiracy-minded and have zero trust in anyone and anything. And it was on full display in this gala more than ever. The club's press chairman even said, quote, "This is the worst event they've ever thrown." And he lamented the fact that all the journalists he had booked to cover the gala were restricted from the overwhelming majority of the event. In fact, Nicholas Balanthazi and his cameraman are responsible for most of the footage in this video. The articles I cited used quotes from his video. So to be entirely fair, I owe him some thanks on that end. But don't get carried away, bucko. The side that emotionally appealed to millions, where feelings actually did trump facts, no pun intended, the side that's known for projecting strength and pride and American jingoism, they know they're crumbling and they don't want anyone to see it. But we do, and it's really funny. Maybe
really
the real
fucking
New
awesome,
York
yeah.
Young Republicans
It's hilarious.
Gala was the friends we made along the way. I only wish the worst for these people, but I wish nothing but the best for you all. And thank you so much for being here and for making it to this point in the video. Here are some winning comments from the last one. It's Been Dan Before says, "I don't know what's worse, being a billionaire nonce or being a billionaire nonce who made an island that looks like it's from those awful mobile games where you fix up a hotel by doing match 4 games." Shiggity says, "The lore dump of pre-clownification Francis shaking hands with a guy who played Mario in, checks notes, Super Hornio Brothers is nearly equally as harrowing as the Room of Stolen Faces. I didn't bring it up in the video, but the Rainbow Bar and Grill in West Hollywood is actually so awful that I met Ron Jeremy there, and he was nowhere near the worst person I met that night. Backwoods Compatible says, at least he decorated his prison cell much better. You too could be featured in the next video. Leave a comment below. I will pick my favorite ones and give you a shout out next time. But if you would like to guarantee your name be featured at the end of every video, please consider joining my Patreon. If you join any of the membership tiers that are conveniently named after Fallout protagonists, your name will be mentioned at the end of every video. You might also get other cool stuff like access to my Discord, behind the scenes content on how I make my wigs, ad-free and uncensored versions of my videos. So if you love my content and my drag, you can support this channel directly by clicking the link to my Patreon in the description box. If you would like
somebody who actually can make me laugh, you know?
If you're a kid in the 80s or the 90s, this is probably going to sound familiar, but if not, this might sound a little bit unhinged.
Are these your drugs?
Look, Dad, it's
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. You. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who use drugs have children who use drugs.
There was a lot of mixed messaging back then. So something that was kind of a normal occurrence is that when a kid was on medication, they would give that medication to the school nurse, and then at some point in the day, the nurse would call the kid down to the nurse's office and then give the kid that medication. It was usually like antibiotics or something like that. It was something super short-lived. A lot of kids were getting tonsillectomies and stuff. Other kids, it was something that was like an everyday occurrence. It was usually one of the kids who talked too much, who couldn't sit still, or they'd rather draw than pay attention. And you were like, oh, they're on Ritalin, because it was such a normalized thing. It was as normal as needing glasses or an inhaler. And I happened to live in Florida at the time. I had 4 years that I spent living in Florida in the 90s, and in my school in particular, they were heavily pushing children onto Ritalin. And I remember my parents particularly being approached about my sister being put onto Ritalin. They were like, abso-freaking-lutely not, because they used to say all the time that these kids are like zombies.
American kids over-medicated. Dr. Nancy Snyderman will discuss the debate over Ritalin use and its long-term effects.
We had these twins that lived across the street. My parents called them the Poltergeist twins. I think that was more along the lines of them looking like Heather O'Rourke from Poltergeist as opposed to the Ritalin, but I think it was probably some combination of the two, because I'm sure the Ritalin didn't help. Looking back in hindsight, it was really just kids being kids, but back then, kids were not just energetic or sensitive or creative. They were something that required medical correction. I didn't really clock the whole medicating thing as being something as serious as it was until I hit my teens. And myself, like a lot of kids, it wasn't until really finding a peer group that really resonated and got you that you kind of came into your own. And with me, it was countercultures. It was things like alternative music. So it started with grunge, it went into industrial, and then of course goth. But all of my friends were in so many different groups, you know, that were considered alternative. You know, you did grunge kids, your metalheads, your skaters, and you had groups from basically every counterculture that you can think of in a school. And it was finding those countercultures that we really started to realize that we weren't broken, like everyone was doing their dead level best to try to make us believe. We were just different. When we all kind of individually started finding ourselves in countercultures and feeling where we belonged, it was, you know, realizing that we would rather dye our hair green and make art than wear pink, play football, and chant in pep rallies. But it was around those times that in schools, we started getting flagged as problems.
Dad, didn't you ever have guys at your school that didn't fit in?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah? Well, I'm one of those guys.
Thought things were going okay for you.
Yeah, well, I like art. I work in a gas station. My best friend is a tomboy. These things don't fly too well in the American high school.
So by this point, being established as like one of the alternative kids and all of my friends being alternative, they all had regular psychiatrists. I didn't at the time, but we'd all been through the guidance counselors. A lot. I mean, a lot of us had been straight up gaslit into believing that there was something really mentally wrong with us. It was as if choosing individuality was like this terrible thing, and thinking for yourself was seen as selfish or defiant. So I should really point out that my parents were counterculture as well. Like, my mom was a punk from the 70s and the 80s, and my father played in bands. He's a drummer, he was a rocker, so he was somebody who was also kind of discriminated against. You know, he had the long hair, he had the tattoos, so in the 70s and in the 80s, that wasn't exactly looked kindly upon. So I didn't get that level of flack from my parents, but I did get it from other sources. I got it from society as a whole. I got it every time I left the house. Other adults, it's astounding how other adults feel that they can talk to other people's children simply because they don't like the way that they look. But I got it from teachers, authority figures, and also my friends, seeing what my friends had gone through. Their parents were very conservative, or they were religious, and they did not like the way that they looked, or the way that they dressed, or the music they listened to. So, you know, a lot of the way society treated it was that, well, your parents have a right to be embarrassed, and then they would see them in public and look at the parents with pity.
I just can't understand how a group of young people can even walk around looking that way.
Yeah.
My goodness, if you don't go to work like everybody else, get up
Go to
in the
get a
morning,
job,
you
get a
know,
job.
and just be a good citizen and
Just
help
get a job
other people
and
be a good
don't look so
Christian.
crazy.
You're accomplishing
Be a good Christian.
absolutely nothing. When your appearance is like their appearance, like, what else can you think?
Show me on the doll where the
Children
God
of my
touched
own.
you as a
I would
child.
not allow any of my kids to walk out the door looking that way.
What if they insisted?
Couldn't insist. I'm the mother.
How would you? But what if they rebelled?
No. My husband works pretty darn hard to support our 4 children. And we expect something back from them, just a little respect. I don't expect my kids to pay room or board or to give
Throw them out of the house, though.
Yes, if they joined a group like that, yes.
You would stop loving them and throw them out of the house.
No, I wouldn't stop loving them.
But you would throw
But
them out
there
of
is
the house.
no way anyone like that could live under the roof of my house.
Why?
No, just because I gave these kids life and brought them into this world, I don't deserve that.
So, of course, the culture of the time would be to treat or medicate it out of you, and I was all too casually introduced to the term manic depression by the age of 14, and this was sort of a catch-all term that they liked to apply to basically everybody, so that they can have a reason to prescribe you medication. And the amount of my friends that were diagnosed with manic depression and medicated
is gobsmacking. Yeah.
It was disturbing, to say the least. I want to say 75% of my friends, at least that I knew about, were already on medication. They were on heavy things like lithium, like Prozac. And it wasn't because they needed them. I would say probably 2 friends off the top of my head probably did need them. But the majority of them, no. When you medicate somebody who doesn't need it, the reaction is not pretty. I mean, you think our appearances were disturbing. That was nothing compared to seeing our friends when the meds kicked in. A lot of the instability that people like to use to point out as proof that a lot of us were just mentally defective it wasn't us. I mean, granted, a lot of it was saying the quiet parts out loud or letting the impulses win, but it was mostly because we didn't hold anything in. You know, alternative kids, we weren't trying to impress anybody. Our peer group wasn't the societal norms, which is when you're trying to impress them, to impress would be to suppress. And we were not about that. You know, if you had it in there, you let it out. You had something to say, you said it. And a lot of that was seen as outwardly abnormal. So that was part of it. But some of it was reputation, and then some of it was what the medication was doing. These kids were not sat in therapist's office because there was something inherently wrong with them. They were sent to these therapists because they wanted them to be like all of the other kids.
There was
So
some
going
guy in a
back
police
between
chase.
Elementary school and high school, you think that seeing your peers on heavy psych meds was the first time. Nope. It's just the first time you noticed. So the time the whole medicating and psychological intervention was really hitting its peak, parents were also being saturated with fear messaging. There were tons of PSAs and after-school specials warning parents that their kids were being corrupted. There were church sermons about satanic influence. These sensationalist news stories about music, movies, games, aesthetic that were just destroying young minds. There were literal PSAs teaching parents how to identify whether or not their kid is a Satanist, and if you look through the checklists, it's just a normal teenager who happens to listen to rock music.
Warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion, a drastic decline in academic performance, a reclusive behavior pattern, and listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, You should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles, a personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows, and copies of publications, such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, and possibly a small makeshift altar.
Yeah.
If you discover items such as these, experts advise you contact your local law enforcement agency at once.
So many things were framed as something external coming to hijack your child's brain. Books, movies, music, clothing, games, a hat is coming to steal your child's soul. One example is an after-school special, and it was Tom Hanks' first starring role. It was called Mazes and Monsters, but it was very clearly
I forgot
aimed
Tom
at
Hanks was
Dungeons
Mazes
and
and
Dragons,
Monsters.
which was very popular at the time. It came out in 1982, and the message was very clear. Your kid plays this game. They lose their grip on reality, you lose your kid forever. It begins with a healthy, young, and wholesome Tom Hanks in school with his friends and casually starting to play a game, and then all of a sudden it ends with him attempting to jump off a building using spells and then living out the rest of his life in a mental institution because his brain is lost to the game forever.
Yeah, you mean he thought he could levitate like Morrowind? Or, well, I suppose it would be Dungeons and Dragons. His levitate spell ended. Yeah, I hope it did. God damn it.
Robbie! Pardue, what are you doing?
You don't have a levitate spell.
I'm going to join the Great Hall.
You can't. It's a trap.
I have spells. I'm going to fly. You don't have enough points. I am the maze controller.
Maze controller?
Yes. And I have absolute authority in this game.
Game?
Game.
Game.
No, he couldn't have had any
Fucking
underlying
cheesy.
issues or anything. No need to investigate and look for things like schizophrenia, maybe stress triggering the onset. Satan clearly came out of the game and stole his brain because that is the only logical conclusion. But this was all very strategic because nuance does not sell fear. And this is how moral panics work. It takes an individual crisis and then turns it into justification for mass control. Another good PSA that came out in the later 80s that really illustrated the culture of the time was one called The Day My Kid Went Punk. It was not meant to be, I don't believe, as wholesome as it was, but the kid they chose to be the punk was also the boy from The Boy Who Could Fly. The whole premise, really, is the mother of this child is a psychiatrist, sort of renowned. She travels the country and she wants to help families face the punk crisis, depunkify their children, and here all of a sudden her child explores his identity as a punk. And now she has to grapple with that.
Let me guess. Oh my god, it is. It's the leather. Punk is not just leather, you fucking idiot. Were those contacts? Did you put contacts in? You change your hair color? I mean, I guess I did this too, yeah. But it wasn't like I wore leather and chains, though. I was never a leather and chains punk. I was just a middle-class kid from Denver. That's spray paint, not... You just spray painted your hair, you fucking idiot.
Why are you doing this?
It's cool, Dad. You know, it works for me.
Well, it doesn't work for me.
It doesn't have to, Mom.
Really?
It's not your life.
Well, you don't happen to be in the world all by yourself, Terry. You do have a family to consider.
I thought you always said different was okay.
Oh, I knew you'd throw that one up to me someday.
Sweetheart, listen.
How can you be so calm about this?
Louise, I'm not being calm. I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. We've obviously failed him somehow.
I don't think I can watch these long clips that she keeps doing. Get off it. This is like totally DMCA.
Particularly back then, was very standard. and it was culture.
Yeah, this was not good. I'm probably gonna like lose this whole 10-minute video or whatever it is.
Telling on itself. Parents were told something has possessed your child, something has brainwashed them.
The amount that DMCA is bothering me. I'm going to get off this and unsub to her if she's willing to just steal this stuff. It's not stealing, it's just she's not a good channel for me because she's using way too much DMCA. I'm going to have to censor my YouTube video, if not full-blown actually erase it, which is so fucking annoying.
From substance abuse problems to legal troubles, former adult film star Jenna Jameson has dealt with various hardships, but she may now be facing one of her biggest challenges, and it's related to her health. Keep watching to learn all about it. Born in Las Vegas, Nevada in 1974, Jenna Jameson's real name is Jenna Marie Mazzoli. She was trained as a ballerina from a very young age and was successful in the child beauty pageant circuit. Tragedy came to Jameson early in her life, however. When she was almost 2 years old, her mother died from skin cancer. Burdened with medical bills, the Mazzoli family downsized their living arrangements, and her father, a local sheriff, was largely absent, working long hours to support his family.
From the time I was this high, I raised myself.
Jameson eventually moved in with her boyfriend at a very young age. It was during this tumultuous time that she began experimenting with drugs and alcohol. Jameson would go on to struggle with addiction issues for years, but another anecdote from her early life reflects her tenacity and survival instincts. When she was turned down for a job dancing in Las Vegas because of her braces, she pulled them off with pliers and reapplied using a fake ID.
My God.
This time, she was hired. It was also during this period that she opted to change her name from Mazzoli to Jameson after the whiskey brand. Jenna Jameson's early struggle.
You pulled the braces off of your teeth? Did Jenna Jameson pull the braces off of her teeth? Wouldn't that do irreparable damage to the enamel on your teeth? And leave like a big, you know, cross-hatch. Yes, the crosshatch scarring. Yes, look you mentioned often refers to the residual adhesive left behind. Professionals use specialized rotary tools to run this glue off safely. Without them, their many adhesive traps black and stains easily. Crazy stuff. Just crazy. I suppose it's possible she did that, but I don't buy it.
Were far bigger than substance abuse issues in a chaotic home life. For instance, while working as a Las Vegas dancer, Jameson stopped eating, possibly because of a crystal meth addiction. According to The Age, Jameson lost so much weight that a concerned friend...
Oh yeah, if she wrote the autobiography while she was on meth, I could see her saying something like, I ripped my fucking braces off my teeth.
Friend had to intervene.
But no, she more likely had to wait. She probably had to wait like 6 months, a year.
The friend persuaded Jenna to live with her father so that Jenna could get the help she needed. Jameson was...
Look at her teeth, dude. Does it look like she ripped off the... I mean, you wouldn't be able to get away with it. If you ripped your fucking braces off of your fucking teeth without the proper, like, stuff, you would be... irreparably harmed. Your teeth would be irreparably harmed. Even if she got porcelain veneers or something, it's insane. It's like...
so unwell at this point that she was brought to the airport in a wheelchair. When her dad picked her up from the airport, he could not even recognize her. Jameson's young life was also punctuated with several instances of sexual assault, including 2 instances that occurred while she was still in high school. In the first case, several boys allegedly beat Jenna while assaulting her. The second assault was allegedly carried out by the uncle of Jenna's then boyfriend. Her boyfriend's uncle has since denied those accusations. Sadly, Jenna Jameson's experience with skin cancer was not limited to the untimely death of her mother. In 2004, Jameson was also diagnosed with this form of cancer. A dermatologist noticed an irregularly shaped mole on Jameson's back during an appointment for a different issue, which ended up being malignant. Before going in for surgery, Jameson had a blood test that, in a strange twist, revealed that she was 2 months pregnant. At the time, she was married to her—
Oh no, I wonder if I beat Starfield here. I don't know. I hope not. Full evasive maneuvers. Let's get out of here. Okay, so Starborn. What am I doing? Is it trying to kill me? I want to save right here. No. Talk to Noel. Grab jump in there.
second husband, adult film producer and director, and sometimes performer, Jay Gardenia. After receiving her cancer diagnosis, Jenna miscarried. Gardenia and Jameson separated in 2006, and shortly thereafter, the actor reportedly began dating Jane's Addiction and Red Hot Chili Peppers guitarist Dave Navarro.
She dated Dave Navarro.
Linked with several men in romantic relationships throughout her life, Jameson has been married twice and, as of 2022, is engaged to Lior Bitten, with whom she has a 4-year-old daughter. As of 2022, Jenna Jameson is cancer-free. As is often the case with many who are successful in the entertainment business, legal troubles have followed Jenna Jameson throughout her life and career. For instance, in 2005, a legal dispute with her book publisher stalled plans for a reality show on the A&E network. Additionally, domestic violence issues have also followed Jameson into her adult life. One instance occurred in 2010, when her former boyfriend, MMA fighter Tito Ortiz, was arrested following an alleged altercation between the couple. Another legal issue for the star occurred in 2012, when Jameson was arrested following a car accident in California. She later pleaded guilty to a DUI with a blood alcohol level that was over the state legal limit. In the aftermath, Jameson was sentenced to 3 years probation and ordered to pay fines. As part of her deal with the court, Jameson was also asked to collaborate with Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
I want people to understand that I'm not perfect.
You're a porn star, babe. We never said you were.
Early 2022, Jameson began suffering from muscle weakness and paralysis in her legs. According to Jameson's partner, Lior Bitten, Jameson had been vomiting for 2 weeks and reportedly sought treatment at a hospital, but the hospital sent her home. When the couple returned home, however, things got worse. The muscles in Jameson's legs became so weak that she could no longer stand or walk properly. As a result, the couple returned to the hospital for additional testing. This time, doctors were able to make a diagnosis of Guillain-Barré syndrome. Guillain-Barré syndrome occurs when a body's own immune system attacks nerves in the body.
Oh, this stuff bummed me out. Well, that sucks. Here's Jay Aubrey with where did this freak even come from?
Is a guy Peter Thiel, right? Yeah. What do you owe somebody if you do, like if you get into office, if somebody like donates a lot of money to your campaign, like how does that relationship work after that?
I think the attitude is you don't owe him anything. I see a lot of crazy stuff on the internet about Peter Thiel. You know, he's always been a friend of mine. He's always been one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like, just a very thoughtful dude. But he's literally never asked me once for anything. It's an honor to serve, but it's also a sacrifice to serve. And if people are going to write me a check, great, but I don't owe him anything.
So he just believed in you?
He believed in me.
American oligarchy has reached a pretty terrifying new level.
It's been bound to happen. The moment where we all share this earth with the first trillionaire.
Netflix is announcing a definitive agreement to buy Warner Brothers in a multi-billion-dollar deal.
What are the pros of ChatGPT?
It can really do a lot of stuff. People are asking it for healthcare